morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Raghavendra, Scientist C, ICMR-National. On behalf of the Director and the Organizing Secretary of the 54th National Conference of NSI, we extend warm greetings on this winter morning. And we also welcome you to the Session 2 of Young Scientist Award in the Junior category. Well, it was quite a long and exhausting day yesterday, but it is heartening to see the enthusiasm of the participants and the audience at the venue today. The future for Indian nutrition research is bright. I'm not talking without evidence, but the quality of research work that was submitted to the junior category of the Young Scientist Award stands to speak for itself. These young scientists have come up with brilliant ideas, and if nurtured well, they go a long way. It's our proud privilege that today we have such experienced and well-revered nutrition researchers to chair this session today and nurture the young minds and also enlighten the audience present today. The chairpersons for today's session have their very brief curriculum vitae run into pages, and their names by themselves are an identity. May I take the privilege of calling onto the dais the chairperson for the day's session, Dr. M. Mohan Ram Garu, the former director of ICMR-National, with a big round of applause, please. Sir, please. May I request Dr. Anupa Sidhu Garu, Director, Lady Irwin College, New Delhi, to kindly come to the dais and be the co-chair for the day, please. So this session will have young scientists presenting their work done in two areas, that is community nutrition and experimental nutrition. We totally have 7 presentations for today. And I hope the guidelines are well known to all, but for the benefit of those who do not know, the presentations will be for 7 minutes. There will be a reminder to the presenter at 6 minutes that there is only 1 minute left. Presentations after the 7th minute will not be counted for judging, and audience questions will be at the discretion of the chair. A humble request is to stick to the punctuality and value everyone's time. And with this, I hand over the stage to the chair without wasting much time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Raghavendra. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will start the session on Junior Award Experimental Nutrition as well as Junior Award in Community Nutrition. And there are 7 presentations, and I have been told by the Secretary, NSI, and the coordinator that we have very little time. So we have allotted 7 minutes for each presentation. So I request all the presenters to confine to this timings, and we'll have just a couple of minutes for the discussions. So now without wasting time, I would call upon Mrs. Pradeep Kaur from Punjab Agriculture University, Ludhiana.
Good morning to one and all present. So my topic of my presentation is nutritional composition, bioactive compounds, and antioxidant capacity of wild melon chunks as affected by different drying methods and storage. Starting with the introduction, Underutilized plants contribute significantly to the food security and they function as a means of existence. Because of their higher nutritional value, they can also be used to complement the nutritional needs. With the alarming rise in the human population and depletion of natural resources, it has become important to investigate the use of new plant resources with potential for food. Wild melon, they can be found growing on the wastelands, along rivers, in crop fields, and along the borders of the roads, railway tracks in India. Wild melon is a member of a cucurbitaceae family, and this fruit resembles a small watermelon and is oval round in shape, smooth and hairless with dark green stripes. These melons are rich in vitamins, minerals, carbohydrates, and other nutrients. And along with that, the dehydrated food had several therapeutic properties. This indigenous vegetable has a lot of promise in terms of improving the regional food production. They are affordable and nutritious. Despite the immense variability, these fruits are not yet explored for the value addition, and hence, there is scope for this wild indigenous vegetable to promote the dietary variability and health. Moving to the methods and material, the physiologically mature but unripe wild melons, they were harvested from the Bathinda district of Punjab. They were cleaned, washed, sliced into thin slices, and they were subjected to the two different treatments. One was oven drying, and second included the traditional method that was shade drying. The dried chunks, then they were kept in the airtight poly bags. Moving on to the biochemical analysis. Biochemical analysis consists of proximate composition, mineral content, total sugars, reducing and non-reducing sugars, total dietary fiber, bioactive compounds, antioxidant activity, and ascorbic acid levels. Then we have the storage study. The developed products, they were stored in the sterilized airtight glass containers, and they were stored in the refrigerator, and at the end of each month, nutritional and biochemical analysis was done. Statistical analysis included mean and standard deviation, t-test, and one-way ANOVA were applied. So this is the pictorial representation of oven-dried and the shade-dried chunks. Moving on to the results part, starting with the proximate composition. The proximate composition in both the treatment differs significantly, with higher percentage of crude protein, crude fat, and ash in case of the oven-dried, and higher percentage of moisture, fiber, and available carbohydrates in the shade-dried. The wild melons exhibited a quite good amount of protein and fat. This is because a major portion of wild melon, it is in the form of the seeds, and these seeds are known to be rich source of protein, fat, and fiber. Moving on to the mineral content, there was no significant difference in the mineral content. However, wild melon chunks could be a good source for several micro minerals, including calcium, iron, zinc, and phosphorus. Next, we have antioxidant activity, bioactive compounds, and ascorbic acid of wild melon chunks. So apart from the phenols and alkaloids, there was significant difference in both the treatments, and shade-dried had the better percentage of antioxidant activity, bioactive compounds, and ascorbic acid. This is because in case of the oven drying, the temperature was higher, and because of the higher temperature, there was alteration in the cell integrity and breakdown of certain phytochemicals. Sugar and starch content also differed significantly, with higher values of total sugars, non-reducing, and starch in case of the shade-dried, and reducing sugar being higher in the oven-dried. The dietary fiber of the wild melon chunks also differed significantly, with total dietary fiber and soluble dietary fiber being higher in the oven-dried, and shade-dried had the higher insoluble dietary fiber. Then we have effect of storage on phenolic, flavonoid, and antioxidant activity of wild melon chunks. The percent retention of total phenols and flavonoids in case of the shade-dried chunks was better as compared to the oven-dried chunks, and there was significant decrease in the total phenol after the second month storage period. And the percent retention of antioxidant activity was also better in case of the shade-dried as compared to the oven-dried, and there was significant decrease in the antioxidant activity during the storage period, and these losses could be attributed because of the enzymatic changes, and also with increase in the storage time, there is phenolic breakdown and the antioxidant activity occur more quickly. To summarize the main points, the crude protein, crude fat, and the crude ash content of the oven-dried chunks was significantly higher than the shade-dried, and wild melon chunks could be rich source of certain microminerals also. The results showed that the bioactive compounds and the antioxidant potential of shade-dried chunks was better than the oven-dried. The total dietary fiber and the soluble dietary fiber content was higher in case of the oven-dried. Among the two treatments, shade-dried wild melon chunk exhibited the better retention of bioactive compounds and the antioxidants. Recommendations included value addition of wild melon fruits can improve the socioeconomic standings of those who live in the arid zones. The processing of wild melon into various products can increase the wild melon consumption and thus the income of the farmer. Wild melon, it can be a nutritious food for health-conscious consumers, allowing them to meet their nutritional requirements. These are the references. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Any comments or questions?
Where did you pick up these samples from? Because many of these bioactive molecules in plants, the biggest problem is they vary tremendously, depends upon where they are growing. Did you grow them under control condition or did you sample from different sources?
Sir, actually I pick up from the Bathinda districts. There is a KVK, Krishi Vigyan Kendra at Bathinda. It is actually, sir, a wild vegetable. So
that would have been under certain controlled conditions, isn't it?
Sir, actually it grew as a weed. So
okay.
there wasn't any controlled condition. It was picked as it is.
Okay, so which means you should actually source it from different environments within your area itself, and then analyze each of the samples separately and establish what is the extent of variation.
Okay, sir.
And where is the bioactive molecule expressed maximum and where it is minimum and what are the soil requirements. We need all this information before we go to the next step.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Prabdeep. You
Thank you.
presented a lot of results, but I did not see the objective of your study. Was it to compare or what was, I didn't see a slide on the objective.
Actually, objective was to analyze the nutritional components of the wild melon and to study the storage, whether we could store these chunks or the powdered form for a quiet period. Because traditionally, these wild melon chunks, people are storing for several years also.
And you wanted to compare the two different methods.
Yes, ma'am, I wanted to compare whether traditionally shade drying method is better or we could also use those oven-dried methods. Which one is better in case of storage also and in case of the nutritional point of view also.
Thank you.
We were surprised that ascorbic acid levels are retained at 66 milligrams even after
Yes,
over
sir.
drying. Ascorbic acid gets destroyed at 60 degrees.
Actually, sir, in raw form it was quite high. Yes. In raw form it was quite high, so that's why after drying also the levels are.
But it gets destroyed at 60 degrees. We put it in the oven for drying. We expect the whole thing is destroyed, should be destroyed.
So I was also surprised by the results, but raw form contained a quite high amount of ascorbic acid along with the other components.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello, Prabdeep. One question more. How we can use the chunks in our daily life?
Actually, these chunks, you could rehydrate them and use them as vegetable or in form of chutneys, or you could use it as a storing agent in various vegetables or as a tenderizing agent also.
Concluding. Okay, I'll call upon Mrs. Sweta Patan Shetty from Karnataka State University, Women's University, Badami, Karnataka.
Good morning to everyone. My topic is tender chickpea leaves, Sisera aranthanamel, and underutilized green leafy vegetable, product development and sensory evaluation. Chickpea is scientifically named as Sisera aranthanamel and popularly known as a Bengal gram leaves, Desi Channa leaves, and in Karnataka it is called as a Kadli Palle. Genus is Sisera and family is a Legumiaceae or Fabaceae and subfamily is a Papilionaceae. Chickpea is a seasonable product which available in the winter season in the month of September to December. Chickpea, tender leaves, stems, flower, pod and seeds are part of the diet consumed in India and Nepal. In India, produce about 1/6 of a tea product in the world, and green tea manufactured from the leaves of tea plant, which is scientifically named as a Camellia sinensis L. And commercial green teas are available in the market like a Darjeeling green tea, which is grown in a Darjeeling, Assam green tea, which is grown in a Assam. The health benefits of the chickpea is it gives a treatment for a displacement of bone, dislocation, diarrhea, indigestion, cardiovascular diseases, cancer, neural disorders, and diabetics. It also prevents a protein malnutrition and affect to the blood glucose level. Probably may also affect on a cardiovascular system. The objectives are, objective first is to study the nutrition composition through competition and to develop the tender chickpea leaves varieties, sensory evaluation of developed tender chickpea tea varieties. Materials and methods are, the study was undertaken in the Department of Food Processing and Nutrition in Karnataka State, Akkamahadevi Women's University, Vijaypur in Karnataka. The methodologies are collection of tender chickpea leaves, methods of preparation of samples, conduct a sensory evaluation of developed product in tender chickpea leaves tea. The sample were collected from the local market of Vijaypur in Karnataka. These are the pictures of fresh tender chickpea leaves and dried tender chickpea leaves. In the preparation of tender chickpea leaves powder, the process is going on a cleaning, blanching, sun drying, waving, powdering and storage in a room temperature for a further use. In the variation of tea, the sample type 1 variation is a tender chickpea dried leaves, which is called as a TCDL. Tea is experimental product 1. TCDL chickpea dried leaves powder tea is a experimental product 2. Commercial green tea is a control product. In the sample type 2 variation, tender chickpea leaves tea normal is taken as a control product. TCDL tea with a lemon taken as a experimental product 1. TCDL tea with the cardamom, experimental product 2. TCDL tea with the honey is a experimental product 3. In the preparation of sample type 1 variation, the ingredients are used like a 200 ml of water, 5 gram of sugar, and various tea powders like tender chickpea dried leaves and tender chickpea dried leaves powder and commercial green tea powder. In the preparation of tender chickpea dry leaves tea varieties, type 1 varieties, boil water and add a sugar with mentioned tea varieties. After 1 minute, filter the tea and serve it as in a warm condition. These pictures are the prepared in an experimental time. In the preparation of sample type 2, add additional ingredients to the tender chickpea leaves normal, which is for the tender chickpea leaves lemon. Add a 2 to 3 drop of a lemon. TCDL tea with the cardamom. Add a 2 gram of a cardamom. TCDL tea with the lemon, honey. Add a 2 teaspoon of a honey. These are the pictures which are prepared in experimental time. In the sensory evaluation of tender chickpea leaves, 9-point hedonic rating scale is done in the rating scale for different parameters like appearance, color, taste, consistency, flavor, texture, and overall acceptability. In the result, chickpea is containing a protein which is a 22%, minerals like a magnesium is 32%, phosphorus is 30%, calcium is 28%, nitrogen is 20%. In the sensory evaluation of sample type 1, in overall acceptability, tender chickpea dried leaves tea is more accepted than the other two products like a tender chickpea dried leaves powder tea and a controlled green tea. In a sensory evaluation of sample type 2, in overall acceptability, tender chickpea, TCDLT lemon and TCDLT honey was more accepted than the TCDLT cardamom, TCDLT normal. In summary, tender chickpea leaves is an underutilized green leafy vegetable, which is nutritionally very rich in energy, protein, fiber, minerals, and vitamins. Overall, all the 100% incorporated experimental products got a good score on a sensory evaluation. Tender chickpea dried leaves can also be used in a large-scale tea industry for improvised tea varieties and health benefits. Thank you. These are my reference.
Thank you, Dr. Sweta. Paper is now open for discussion. Any questions?
But leaves, yeah. That's 20 to 22% is quite high. But how much do you think tea will provide? You know, it's very small amount, isn't it? As a source of protein, maybe antioxidants and other things it will provide in higher amounts because if they are all water soluble and comes into the tea. I'm not sure of the protein. You have said it is 20 to 22%. It's quite high, but I don't think tea will be a source of protein. That's all the thing which I want to say.
Actually, ma'am, it is a tender chickpea leaves and it is by nutrition analysis by the, I taken as a reference. We didn't did the nutrition analysis. We will further process is there.
There is somebody
Hello.
from behind who wanted to ask a question.
Hello, as you said, this is a green tea, but your diagrams are showing brown tea. You go to your diagram partner. You are showing your diagrams.
Can you just stand up because, yes.
No,
yes.
as you said, this is a green tea, but it looks like a brown tea. You go
No.
to your diagrams.
No, it's actually after dyeing it will be turning into a brown color. But we are using a tender chickpea leaves, so it called a green tea.
No, you said green means it's supposed to be green. Okay? Then that too you are not supposed to say it is a tea. You can say as an extract instead of tea. Tea is supposed to be have some characteristic flavor.
Yes.
Right?
Actually, sir, commercial green tea is a green tea, but we are calling it as a tender chickpea leaves tea.
Oh, instead of that, you can call it as an extract.
Extract tea. Okay, sir.
I think it's a decoction, but tea should have property of flavor, property of stimulation. So what active principles does this have? Normally, when we get into domains of tea, you oxidize it, you bring out a different flavor, you bring about a different stimulant. So it should have a kind of an aroma or a kind of a, I won't use the word flavoring, because aroma. And a stimulant. There has to be an active principle in it. Where do you envisage this? Sorry?
We are doing further processing. This is just we are doing is further process on tender chickpea leaves, but this is just a product development.
So look for these two. If you kind of oxidize and you prepare brown decoction, there would be some oxidation which is taking place.
Yeah.
So just look into that.
Okay.
Nothing more? Yeah. Yes, Hemlata. Yes, yes.
Yes. Instead of getting into the complexity of tea, green, brown and all, so you can just call it chickpea beverage for health.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A decoction.
Or
yes.
decoction, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, a decoction. So I see no more comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Pavitra from Women's College, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Women's Christian College.
Good morning, all. Good morning, all. I'm Pavitra from Women's Christian College, currently PhD scholar at ICMR-National. My topic is on qualitative screening for phytochemicals, bioactive components, antioxidant, and alpha amylase inhibition of lyophilized palmyra palm root powder, Borasys fabulifera L. So, moving to the introduction. So, palmyra palm is the traditional and state tree of Tamil Nadu. It is one of the underutilized and most popular there. There are many utility products which is found from palmyra palm. One among them is palmyra palm root. It is economical and one of the underutilized with high amount of health benefits. Studies have shown that palmyra palm indicate a potential antibacterial, antioxidant and hypoglycemic effects. So from this study, we are trying to prove that palmyra palm is a functional food by telling the therapeutic importance of palmyra palm root by inhibiting the potential of dietary carbohydrate and free radical scavenging potential. So next, there are 4 objectives for my study. By standard procedures, we have estimated the primary phytochemical components, and by GCMS analysis, we have estimated the bioactive components, and the antioxidant potential is determined by ABDS radical scavenging assay, and alpha amylase inhibition potential is done by starch iodine test. And this is the methodology adopted in the present study. Palmyra palm root is procured from the local markets of Kanyakumari so that we can maintain the homogeneity of the sample, and further it is identified and authenticated. And then palmyra palm roots were boiled and the central shoots were removed because this is a traditional practice which is done in Tamil Nadu. The roots was lyophilized and then aqueous and ethanol extracts were prepared. And then qualitative estimation like phytochemical and bioactive components were estimated. And then quantitative estimation like antioxidant and alpha amylase enzyme inhibition assays were done in both ethanol and aqueous extracts separately. So for this quantitative estimation, one-way ANOVA and mean plus standard deviation were done. And then results and discussion. And for the phytochemicals, 8 phytochemicals were tested. Among them, all of them were present in the ethanol extracts, whereas terpenoid, flavonoid and tannins were absent in the aqueous extract. And we all know phenols, flavonoids, glycosides have a potential antioxidant activity, which is neutralizing the free radicals, whereas saponin and tannin will have a remarkable hypocholesteremic effect. So next, DCMS analysis for estimating the bioactive components. So 24 different bioactive components were indicated in that both extracts. Among the 24, 15 were seen in ethanol extracts and 12 were found in aqueous extract. Among the 15 and 12, 3 were found common in both the extracts, which is flavone, eicosane, 9-octodecanoic acid methyl ester. So this is the tabulation of the data which we got from the GCMS analysis. So last column tells the reported biological activities of the compounds which we got from our sample. So the highlighted one are those which is common in both the extracts. So this is the compounds which we found in aqueous extracts. And these are the compounds which we got from ethanol extracts, 15 bioactive compounds. So next, among the 12 compounds which is extracted from ethanol aqueous extract, we got 5-octodecane, which is in the maximum concentration when compared to the other extracts. So this 5-octodecane have a reported biological activity like it has a potential antioxidant and anti-cancer activity, whereas in ethanol extracts, the maximum extraction was seen in the octodecanoic acid, and this has a potential of increasing your HDL concentration. So from the present study, when comparing to the reported biological activity, we can tell that palmyra palm root have a potential antimicrobial, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, hypocholesteremic and anti-cancer property, which we can suggest palmyra palm root as a potential functional food and also as a nutraceutical. So next is seeing the antioxidant potential. We have done ABDS radical scavenging assay. So 20 to 120 μg per ml concentration was used. So you can see the maximum concentration at 120 μg per ml. As the concentration of extract increases, the inhibitory potential of Palmyra palm root and ABDS radical increased, which is statistically significant. So now we are comparing with the standard ascorbic acid. The 50% inhibition was seen at 1.08 μg per ml, whereas in the ethanol extract it was 74.78 μg per ml, and in aqueous it was 105.22 μg per ml. So next, alpha amylase enzyme inhibition. So we all know alpha amylase is the enzyme which starts the starch digestion process. So when we inhibit this enzyme, the breakdown of carbohydrates can be reduced, and it can be used as a potential hypoglycemic agent. So, so we have used 50 to 300 μg per ml concentration. As the concentration of extract increases, the inhibitory potential of alpha amylase enzyme also increased. So it is also statistically significant. So now here we are using a standard acarbose, which is a hypoglycemic agent, which showed a 50% inhibition at 45.39 μg per ml, and in ethanol and aqueous extract it was 99.56 and 271.01 μg per ml. So next, we all know whenever we take any synthetic drugs, we have side effects. So, hence we are telling natural food slok like Palmyra palm root with fewer or no side effects, comparatively low cost, hold the potential as a functional food with hypoglycemic effect. So reported similar studies by Shiny and co-workers on 2014 reported 8 bioactive components in methanol extract of Palmyra palm root, and similar studies on Palmyra palm fruit ABDS radical scavenging report told 28.71% of inhibition were in 100 μg per ml, whereas in the present study it is higher in the same concentration. Whereas in the Palmyra palm seed powder, they have found 822 μg per ml inhibitory concentration, whereas in the present study we have 271.01 μg per ml inhibition at 50%. And to conclude my study, Palmyra palm root is an affordable, traditional and locally available food of southern India, which can possess growth and health promoting potential. So it can be considered as a natural food with limited side effects when compared to the synthetic one. So Palmyra palm root, we are telling like it is having a potential phytochemicals and bioactive components, which in turn possess free radical scavenging and hypoglycemic potential. The strengths of my study is that bringing back the traditional food with sufficient evidence to incorporate in the part of healthy diet, and the limitations is we couldn't do quantitative phytochemical analysis because of the budgetary constraints. And then future scope is human trials for hypoglycemic effect of Palmyra can be done, and glycemic index and nutrient profiling of Palmyra palm root can be done since there is no data available for comparison. So these are my references. Thank you.
Thank you. I was told by the coordinator that we have very little time left, so we should restrict the discussion just to one question. So I invite one question from one of the audience.
Sir, one more. Two azinobis 3 ethyl benzyl thioazoline C sulfonic acid. Is it a free radical, sir? In laboratory purpose, we'll do that. DPPH, like similar thing.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pavitra. And we will call upon Ms. Prabhujot Kaur from Punjab Agriculture University, Ludhiana, Punjab.
Can I start? Presentation is not visible. Good morning, everyone. Today my topic is evaluation of prebiotic potential of selected fruit peels. First, I will discuss about the introduction. 10% of greenhouse gases emit from the food that we usually throw in the dustbin. And apart from this, fruit byproducts alone account for around 16% of carbon footprints. And there are usually 4 types of waste that are rind or flabbido, peel, pomace, and seeds. Next coming towards the statistical data, according to FAO, worldwide average annual production of mango is more than 45 million tons, and alone fruit accounts for 15 to 20% of peels, and orange processing industry accounts for 50% of baggage. But in Indian scenario, harvest and the post-harvest losses account for about fruits is about 6.7 to 15.9%, and the losses during processing account for 25 to 30%. But coming towards the Punjab, with an estimated 88 million tons of production annually, just 1/3 of the citrus fruits are processed, but 40 million tons are about wastage. Next, however, the byproducts are rich source of bioactive compounds and the dietary fiber. Although all the dietary fiber do not show the evidence of prebiotic activity, there are some criteria to consider an ingredient as a prebiotic. First, it must have resistance to gastrointestinal absorption. Second, it should be fermentable by gut microbes. Third, it should have the properties to selectively improve the growth and the activity of specific bacteria linked with health benefits. Although oligosaccharides have all these properties to be considered as the most important prebiotics, so these are known as bifidogenic substances, but mostly byproducts have studied with the reference to the dietary fiber. So in the current study, there was two objectives. First is to analyze the prebiotic oligosaccharides and the antioxidant capacity of fruit peel. Second is to evaluate the in vitro prebiotic potential of fruit peels. Next is the methodology. Commonly consumed and largely processed tropicals, subtropicals, and the temperate fruit was procured from the local market. After procuring the material, peels were separated manually, and there was two treatment given, blanching and autoclaving, along with the control. And this is the flow diagram how fruit powder peels were prepared from the fruit peels. Next is the pictorial representation of fruit peels and the fruit powders. Next is the nutritional analysis of fruit peel powder. First is the characterization of prebiotic oligosaccharide by the Fourier transform infrared radiation. Under these, FOS, GOS, inulin, and beta-glucan were analyzed. Next is the dietary fiber. Under this, soluble, insoluble, and total dietary fiber were analyzed by the enzymatic kit. Next is the prebiotic potential of fruit peels. For this, by combining probiotic culture, Lactobacillus plantarum with fruit peels powder at 0.1% concentration, and the probiotic media was created and stored for 28 days for at the 4 degrees Celsius. Under this storage period, pH, titrable acidity, and antimicrobial activity against E. coli was analyzed. Next is a flow diagram for preparation of inoculum. As I said earlier, Lactobacillus plantarum was inoculated in the MS bath, and this is the flow diagram. Next is the flow diagram for the preparation of growth culture. For this, the media was stored for about 28 days. On every week, all the parameters were analyzed. Next is the steps to monitor the probiotic culture growth on the fruit peel powder. Their probiotic viability was analyzed. As you all can see, there is a picture and there are colonies which depicts the probiotic viability of fruit peels. Next are the results. First, I will discuss about the percentage of dietary fiber in the apple peel powder. Usually, it was seen that raw peel has the highest IDF rather than ripe peel, and there was more total dietary fiber in albedos. And as you can see that there are different kind of fruit peels, and there was one surprising fact seen that with the help of treatment there was rise in the insoluble dietary fiber and the soluble dietary fiber. It may be because with the heat treatment the blanching of bioactives and the minerals occur, which helps to enhance the dietary fiber availability. Next, all these are all about the dietary fiber percentage of different fruit peels. And this overall, there was seen that raw banana peel has the high IDF, but the ripe banana peel has the high soluble dietary fiber. Next is a prebiotic potential of different fruit peels. As you can all see that there is a line graph which shows the probiotic viability of different fruit peels, and it was seen that the titrable acidity increased during the storage period because lactobacillus eat the sugars for the development and metabolic activities, and secretes the acid in the media, which helps to enhance the acidic level of media, which depicts the lower pH of media and higher the titrable acidity during the storage. And there is antimicrobial activity of E. coli, and it was seen that in the treatment, the treatment peels has high antioxidant antimicrobial activity against E. coli rather than control, because the samples were first autoclaved and blanched and heat treatment was given. So there was very less chance of growing E. coli, which is a causative agent of large intestine. And there is a graph of FTR in apple peel powder. It is shown that inulin, GOS, and beta glucan are present, because FTR shows the quality, not the quantity. So these all about the different fruit peels. And it was also seen that kinnu without albedo peel has the highest probiotic viability, and it was seen that autoclave has the most probiotic viability, and during this period titrable acidity also increased. And in this peel there is a inulin and GOS is present. So this is all about different peels, and different peels have different probiotic viability and antimicrobial activity against E. coli, and different type of oligosaccharides are present in different fruit peels. So this is a conclusion. Autoclave raw peel powder, raw banana has the highest insoluble dietary fiber, and the ripe banana peel has the highest SDF. And in prebiotic potential, the powder of kinnu peel without albedo shows the highest probiotic viability, and the pH also decreased during the storage period, and as well as titrable acidity increased significantly. And in the terms of antimicrobial activity against E. coli, the highest zone of inhibition was observed in the ripe mango peel. Next are the recommendations for the future study. Fruit peels with the highest prebiotic potential may be used to develop prebiotic rich products. Second, in vivo trials may be performed to assess probiotic endurance and the viability of developed products in the human cell line. Thank you.
Any question? Yeah. You'll have to talk a little louder. We can't hear you. Sorry. The mic is reaching you? Yes.
Hello. As you said, 40% wastage is there, right?
Yes, sir.
Then why we have to go for more production? Instead of wastaging, you go for less production and utilize 100%.
So we can use the waste for better environment, because 10% of the waste emit greenhouse gases, I think, which is harmful for our environment. But we can combat this thing by utilizing the fruit peels in the manner of prebiotics, because it has lot of prebiotics. Only 0.1% concentration has lot of prebiotics, I think, which is more than the FSI recommendation.
No, I agree that instead of that wasting, you go for less production, utilize 100%. You got?
Not all raw foods have 100% edible portion. So it will have a peel or a loss.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. So do we go on to the next speaker? Thank you. The next speaker is R. Kritika from Avinash-Lingam.
Good morning all. Good morning all of you present here. I am myself R. Kritika from Avinash-Lingam Institute for Home Science and Higher Education for Women. My topic is on development of novel nutrient sensor and its application in microgreens for sustainable health. Coming to the introduction of the study, the chemical fertilizer consumption in India is higher in compared to other country. The 42% of India's district is using the 85% of the chemical fertilizer in their agriculture field. So, coming to the status of Indian soil, the status of Indian soil indicates the deficiency in several nutrients. So, probiotic farming. I am incorporating the agriculture into the probiotic. The probiotic farming is a key player for improving the sustainable agriculture. Coming to the objective of the study, the isolation of probiotic from fruit peel, pomegranate, orange and sweet lime peel and disposed as industrial waste, the cultivation of microgreens, fenugreek and horsegram in probiotic farming, and development and characterization of nutrient analysis sensor, and the comparative study of microgreens grown and read probiotic farming and normal farming techniques by nutrient analysis sensor. These four objectives is end up with a solution of promoting the use of probiotic biofertilizer for sustainable agriculture. Coming to the methodology of the study, the phase 1 is selection of fruit peels from industrial waste. I have chosen the probiotic peel, orange peel and sweet lime peel. The test is the antimicrobial test, the antioxidant DPPH assay and proximate analysis and color analysis were analyzed. The phase 2 is isolation of probiotic from fruit peel powder, the serial dilution method and colony counting study, the spread plate method were used. The probiotic were freeze dried and the and cultivation of microgreens. The soil tests were analyzed before incorporation of the probiotic and after incorporation of probiotic. The 5 variations were done. The control is only used for water is used for cultivation of microgreens, and the variation 1 is pomegranate peel powder were used, and variation 2 is orange peel powder, and variation 3 is sweet lime peel powder, and variation 4 is probiotic culture powder. I have chosen the fenugreek and horsegram microgreens to analyze. The phase 4 is comparative study of microgreens grown under different variation. I have compared the analysis of physicochemical, and phase 5 is development and characterization of nutrient analysis sensor using spectrometer sensor with Arduino coding. The phase 6 is study the efficacy of novel nutrient analysis sensor. Coming to the salient finding of the study, the antimicrobial test for selected fruit peels, the sweet lime peel powder is the highest zone of inhibition in Staphylococcus aureus microorganism. It is about 24 millimeter. In E. coli, it is also highest in sweet lime peel powder. It is about 21 millimeter. Coming to the DPPH assay of fruit peel powder, the pomegranate peel powder shows the highest percentage of inhibition in 150 ml of concentration. It is about 97.54%. In orange peel, the concentration, the 500 ml of concentration shows the highest inhibition percentage is about 94.26. And in sweet lime peel powder, the 500 ml of concentration is the highest. It is about 95.08%. The growth of probiotics in fruit peel powder, the pomegranate peel powder shows the highest stable growth of probiotics in 48 hours of inhibition. Coming to the optical property of selected fruit peels, the sweet lime peel powder is the highest lightness in color compared to other two type of peel powder, and the green color present indicates in sweet lime peel powder, and the orange peel powder shows the 42.55 in B value. The proximate composition of selected fruit peels were done. The ash, moisture percentage, and fat, pH, and crude fiber and vitamin C were analyzed. The ash content, the moisture content is the highest in orange peel powder, and the fat content is the highest in pomegranate peel powder. It is about 3.87, and the crude fiber is the highest in pomegranate peel powder. It is about 20%, and the vitamin C is highest in sweet lime peel powder. It is about 13.06. Coming to the soil fertility analysis, the before incorporation of the probiotic and after incorporation of probiotic were analyzed. The slight difference in the pH and the electrical conductivity and phosphorus and potassium and nitrogen and iron and copper and zinc were compared and analyzed. This is agricultural and this is situated in our institution. The growth and yield of fenugreek seeds. The growth is the highest, recorded in probiotic culture. It is about 139 gram. The yield of 25 gram of fenugreek seeds on the 7th day. This is the analysis of growth parameter of fenugreek microorganisms. It is the highest, the full height of fenugreek microorganisms were recorded in the variation 4. It is nothing but probiotic culture. The growth and yield of horse gram, it is about 98 gram in probiotic culture. It is also about 25 gram of horse gram seeds on 7th day. The analysis of growth parameters of horse gram on microgreens. The highest full height of the horse gram microgreens were recorded in the probiotic culture. This is the prototype of nutrient analysis sensor. We have compared the nutrient analysis of microgreens using AOSE procedure and the nutrient analysis sensor. The novelty of the study is zero-based, the circular economic and sustainable material management concept with respect to food and agriculture sector. The innovation is a high degree of sustained utilization of bio-waste as organic fertilizer, and the consumer benefits. Oh, thank you.
Dr. Kritika. We express vitamin contents as grams, it should be milligrams.
Okay.
Dr. Mathur?
Try to be brief, please.
I just had a question. You didn't really speak about your nutrient sensor. What exactly is it doing and how? Is it a probe that you're just putting in and the content is coming, or can you just explain a little about that?
Oh, okay. Ma'am, it is a spectrometer sensor. It is analyzed by the microgreen extract. We are using the microgreen extract. We first extract the microgreens and analyze the micronutrient by wavelength, ma'am.
No, she's asking about the sensor. What is this property of that sensor? Nutrient you are analyzing.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is the sensor, the configuration, technical configuration of the
configurations? Ma'am, it is a spectrometer sensor. It is available, but it is connected with the microcontroller and using the artificial intelligence and Arduino coding were done. And after that, the result is viewed in ThinkSpeak.
So I think, yeah, for more clarity, one can talk later. There was Dr. Hemlata? Okay, so only one question. We go on to the next speaker.
Now I request Ms. Soundarya from Avinashalingam Institute of Home Science and Higher Education for Women, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu.
Yes, ma'am. Can you just...
Good morning to one and all present here. My topic of presentation is Artificial Intelligence Integrated Website on ADHD, a digitalized nutrition support for caregivers of children with ADHD symptomatology. According to National Institute of Mental Health and CDC, in ADHD, it is a neurobehavioral disorder which known to affect children's ability to function. Major symptoms such as inattention, hyperactivity or impulsivity. AI integrated dynamic website, it is also a common source of information on food patterns and dietary changes. So during COVID-19 pandemic, website and e-health platforms was very helpful for children behavior management and forming a network of caregivers. It was beneficial for intervention planning and scheduling. With this background, the study to use of an AI integrated website for caregivers of children with ADHD symptom to provide digitalized nutrition support and to assess the diet modification changes on ADHD symptomatology. I have classified two objectives. Primary objectives are to provide digitalized nutrition support through the caregivers of children with ADHD symptom, and secondary objectives are to develop the AI integrated website and to assess the changes in the knowledge of ADHD caregivers before and after usage of the website. The research design was approved by Institutional Human Ethical Committee and the certificate number were present here. In phase 1, the area selected for the study in Chennai city. The total number of special schools 23 in the age group of 4 to 12 years. In phase 2, I have conducted the survey through caregivers based on the interview schedule method about the dietary changes of children and the knowledge about ADHD for caregivers. And assessment of the children with ADHD symptoms such as the dietary assessment and behavior assessment. In dietary pattern was assessed through the 3 days 24 hours recall method, and behavior assessment with the help of clinical psychologist was assessed the subtype of behavior of children with ADHD symptom using the DSM 5th criteria rating scale. In phase 3, I have created the website during COVID-19 pandemic with the help of web designer. So this website is basically AI, programming and language, hypertext preprocessor such as was used to create the calculate the BMI and calorie intake, and Python was used to develop the nutrition games and to integrate the chatbot, and HTML is the web page layout text, and CSS is the cascading styling sheet to use to create the font and style. JavaScript was used to giving the dynamic visual effect in the website. So the steps of website design, examining and testing the website, and launching and uploading the website. The domain name was purchased in for lifetime. The name was nutritionadhd.com. Implementation of the nutrition education through the developed websites such as nutrition information, knowledge about ADHD caregivers, and diagnose the symptom. And evaluation of the nutrition education such as the knowledge, attitude, and habits was computed and analyzed through the website. The link was presented here. And the overview of the website, nutrition support, and expert talks, chatbots, nutrition games for children is to maintain the attention focus and reducing the symptomatology, and YouTube videos. In phase 4, implementation of intervention strategies during the period of 3 months. Digital health intervention was provided for caregivers of children with ADHD symptom, and diet modification for children with ADHD symptom. Salient finding of my study, some snapshots of developed website pages here. And I have formulated and standardized micronutrient-rich based snacks such as the omega-3 fatty acid, zinc, iron, calcium, and magnesium. So we demonstrated the cooking videos we uploaded in the YouTube, and through the website we included in the diet modification. And the overview of Google data analytics, 1K views we got through the website. And according to Indian statistics, 143 compared to the United States, China, Germany, for my website. And the opinion of caregivers on the website, the highest percentage score of the improvement of knowledge and the identification of ADHD symptoms through the website was strongly agreed, and comparing to the other variables are neutral. And the changes in mean score for knowledge, attitude, relationship with ADHD children, organization skills is a statistically significant difference between at 1% level of before and after usage of the website. And feedback of the caregivers about the website, it was pleasant to see that 83.3% was given here. It was very satisfied with the website designing in the Indian concept. And changes in behavior function before and after intervention is a statistically significant difference between at 1% level and reduce the symptoms. So this figure shows the comparison of macro and micronutrients intake before and after diet modification changes in occur, especially in changes in nutrients, calcium, magnesium, iron, zinc, vitamin B6, vitamin B12, vitamin C. So these nutrients, like I have divided in 4 to 6, 7 to 9 years group. So these nutrients, it was helpful, very beneficial of improving the neurotransmitter level and enhance the cognitive and behavior function for children. And to conclude of my studies, AI integrated website was a great support during the COVID-19 pandemic for caregivers of children with ADHD. It was very helpful platform at all times for nutrition support, dietary and behavior adjustment. So this website may be utilized by caregivers to modify the dietary pattern and behavior function of children with ADHD symptom. These are my reference of my study. Thank you.
In this title, I suggest that you should not use the short form, ADHD.
Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Sure.
So these were not confirmed cases. Did you diagnose by symptom? Because you have usually used the word symptom.
Yes, ma'am.
So are they diagnosed cases?
Yes.
Or are they just presenting the symptoms but they are not really attention deficit?
No, ma'am. With the help of clinical psychologists, they are diagnosed based on the rating scale DSM 5th criteria, according to the CPR scales also, corner parent rating scale.
I want to ask you specifically, you have used the word artificial intelligence. What were your variables of predicting by intelligence?
Yes,
what was the intelligence component of your model in the website? What were the variables you fed?
Yes,
and how were you able to elicit the artificial intelligence out of it?
Chatbot and nutrition games, ma'am, to integrate the chatbot, because the chatbots, it will automatically give the not only of nutritionist, psychologist and behavior therapist. They will contact with some message of we think something is problem in emergency. They will contact directly within the message. It will comes. And nutrition games is AI integrated, like food mapping games I included in my website.
Yeah, so gaps can be easily identified for in case of children through games.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Games is a platform for predicting by intelligence,
yes,
artificial intelligence. I'm asking exact variable.
What
were the 4 or 5 variables? If this is the best predictor of success, the next best is this.
No,
like
ma'am. Yeah, in website itself, I am giving AI, artificial intelligence markup language, to predict the diagnostic scales. So, if parents, yes, ma'am.
You are authenticating the
yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you. We go on to the next speaker, Jabez David John from Malla Reddy Institute, Hyderabad.
Hello? 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 Yeah. Is it on? Yeah. Good morning to the chair, the co-chair, and all the respected dignitaries here, and all the scientists. Today, I'm going to present my paper on a cross-sectional study on the nutritional status of medical student based on the mid-upper arm circumference. The contents of my speech are going to be on the abstract of the problem, the inspiration the inspiration to solve this problem in the study, the review of literature, the methodology used in the study, the results that we derived from the study, some suggestions for the future, and I would like to summarize. Now, when a patient comes to a clinician or in national surveys, what is the most common method of determining a nutritional status of a person? We use BMI. So how do we calculate BMI? BMI is calculated by calculating the height of the person, the weight of the person, and put in a formula. Now, for height and weight, they are instruments. These need to be calibrated from time to time, and not only calibrated, these instruments have to be well maintained and changed from time to time. Now, even about formulas, there are 2 formulas. One is an empirical formula, and the other is a metric formula. Now, they can be confused. Many a times there are confusions about which formula to use. Now, one of the metric formula is weight in kilograms by height in meter whole square, and the empirical formula is weight in pounds into 703 divided by height in inches whole square. Now, these instruments need calibration, and it is basically a very big inconvenience. Now, what can be the solution for such a problem? The solution is to find a fast and a reliable alternative. When we were thinking about how to solve this problem, we realized that MUAC tape, also called the Sakir's tape, is used in children of age group from 6 months to 5 years. Now, this is WHO approved. If we can derive a relationship between MUAC, then this would lead to a good alternative. Now, what is this good alternative I'm talking about? This alternative is fast, it is reliable, it is easy to measure. It does not require any prior knowledge of formulas or calculations, and it has relatively less error. The recent literature review. Now, MUAC was first used in Haiti in the year 1958 by a scientist called Derek Jeffel and his team in the Caribbean Food and Nutrition Institute. These are the papers which were, after all these years, these are the papers which have focused on MUAC relationship with BMI, trying to standardize MUAC to determine the nutritional status. Sultana and her team in the year 2015 derived a relationship in patients. The result was that they found that the MUAC cutoffs for males and females was below 25 centimeters and below 24 centimeters respectively. Nestor B and his team in the year 2016 did a similar study on patients, and the cutoff was below 22.5 and was classified as underweight. A. Das did a study in 2019 in adult females and adolescent females, and the MUAC cutoffs for underweight was below 23.2. The normal weight was 26.0 to 27.3, and overweight was 30.5 kg per meter square respectively. Shinsugi and his team in 2020 did a similar study in children from 5 to 10 years, and he realized that there was shunting from 162 to 167 millimeters. Overweight was 190 millimeters, and obese was over 218 millimeters. K. Andrew and his team in 2020 did a similar study in adults in Sudan, and the MUAC cutoffs was 25.4, 29.9, 27.3, and 30.5 kg meter square respectively, to classify them under underweight, ideal weight, and overweight or obese. Maria J. in 2021 did the similar study on pregnant women, and the MUAC cutoffs was estimated for different gestational weeks of these women. And Girma and her team in 2022 did a similar study. This was a systematic review, and it proved that this could be used to identify the nutritional status, but it was not of very good use to know the adiposity of an individual. Now, the method used in the study design, it was a cross-sectional study, and we took all the MUAC of all the medical students from the age 18 to 27 years. The sample size was 200 students, which was selected at random. The inclusion criteria was during this age group, because we find only these people in a medical college, studying at a medical college. They were supposed to be healthy individuals, not suffering from any physical, mental, or social health issues. Statistical analysis, SPSS software was used, and the location of the study was the premises of a tertiary care teaching hospital. Now, we used 200 students, 100 males, 100 females, and this was the nutritional anthropometric data which we got. Now, this was the raw data. So we had to test this data, and we tested this data by the assumptions of linear regression. These assumptions were linearity, normal distribution of residuals, multicollinearity, autocorrelation, and homoscedasticity. The results were also that we found, we took scatter plots, histograms, PP plots. These were all normal, and the dependent variable was BMI, and the independent variable was MUAC. These were down, and the VIF here was derived to be 1, and even case-wise diagnostics was performed. Why were all these tests performed? These tests were performed so that we can remove outliers which can give us a wrong formula. The linear regression formula, which was the best fit, we derived was the BMI kg per meter square is equals to 1.04 into the MUAC in centimeters minus 3.2 plus epsilon. This was the p value, and the R value was derived at 0.794. The prediction limits were 95%. We derived also graphs from these linear regression formulas between BMI and MUAC, and we found that there was a positive correlation. we can see that this is a graph of the total people, this is a graph only in males, and this is a graph only in females. We can see that there is a positive correlation. As the BMI increases, we can notice even that the MUAC is increasing. We standardized these values and we found that underweight people have their MUAC below 20.99 centimeters, normal weight people were 21 to 24.1 centimeters, and overweight people were about 24.1 centimeters. One very interesting thing which we found out during the study was the abnormal nutritional status, which means we found that all these factors do not matter, and it was basically because that these people have higher metabolism. The suggestions for future research was to have a relationship between MUAC and all these other factors. This was our study, and I would like to acknowledge our guides and our institute. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. John. In your opening remarks, you said BMI is very inconvenient.
Yes, sir.
Using the formula is very cumbersome.
It is not only that, sir. BMI has a lot of other limitations. Actually, BMI is very outdated, and there are many articles to support this. BMI, the limitations of BMI is in athletic people and all, we cannot use BMI. There is scaling problem, and there is a lot of problems with BMI.
What problem do you?
Like example, sir, if you take the problem of scaling, if for a particular person, if we double his anthropometric data, the BMI does not increases double-fold, but it is not supposed to. It is supposed to remain normal. Not only that, sir, BMI is if you compare it with MUAC is comparatively to take the height, we need to see if there's a 3-stand thing, and we need to take SOPs to ensure that now our data is right.
Measurement problem can also occur in mid-upper arm circumference.
But it is, sir, we use only Taylor's tape, and this tape is available everywhere, and it is relatively easy for individuals to train them.
We don't use Taylor's tape.
I mean, it's a fiberglass tape, ma'am, but these are also, it is similar to Taylor's tape. That's what I meant to say.
You don't have to use always formula. You have ready-made charts now.
Sir, to calculate them, we need the formulas, no, sir. See, like for 18.5, to know if a person is underweight or not, we need to get the BMI right. So for that is why we need to calculate.
We also have normograms, weight, height, and BMI.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much, ma'am.
No, I think the BMI would be more accurate than the mid-arm circumference, because the way you press and things, you take the mid-arm circumference, it will vary a lot. Whereas the only thing you need to take care for BMI is good balance. Everybody uses all over the world, the Sika or some variant of that, and some training to be given to how to measure the height. I think I would ask Dr. Brahmam to comment on it. Dr. Brahmam?
There is no difficulty. Yeah.
Yes, so I think every indicator has its own limitation, but
Yes,
BMI till now is known to be robust for all age groups. MUAC, you've given good collection of data and its standardization. For maternity, during pregnancy, it is more for screening and giving them rations.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's to identify a risk, but not a nutrition status. But it's a parameter of a nutrition status. So I think it is very good you are conceiving it like this so that it becomes rapid. But medical students, especially boys, could be gymming and their MUAC will change with the muscle circumferences. It's after all a circumference, so the muscle volume will change that.
But this is with...
But yes, it's a good thought process.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
So you can find it. I'm sure you will find something new about it also.
Sure,
Thank
ma'am.
you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Before I hand over the mic to the co-chairperson, I would like to compliment and thank all the young scientists who have presented papers. and provided very useful information.
Thank you, Dr. Monram. And I congratulate all the people who have bid for the award for daring to do scholarly work. Research is no mean affair. And the fact you dare to do it, I think critical thinking is something which is seriously required to be developed. And the first 5 papers talked about optimal utilization of all portions of the plant. This is the need of the hour. We can't talk the theme that is sustainable health, sustainable diet systems, if we did not use every portion of the crop for edible use. That point was very well taken, that why not have 100% edible portions? That doesn't happen hypothetically. For some other portions, you have to give treatments. The treatment should not be expensive and patented to make the food basket expensive. But it is the need for the hour, the way the globe is, the number of people are growing on the globe. You will have less food, you will have less soil available to grow. So every time to say that you don't grow it, I think that is not the mantra. The mantra is to grow and eat and consume every portion of it without a waste. And by 2030, you will find the present population and the soil will exhaust. If you didn't do this exercise of optimal utilization of plant portions, you will just end up eating pills, which is not very far from now. So there are soil movements across the globe. There is sustainable diet movement and Lancet series. I think that requires serious thinking and application of mind and come to logical conclusions and just work hard on optimal utilization of all resources. I think that endeavor of the 5 scientists is very well taken, and that of a mission of the agriculture universities. The other 2, on community nutrition, I hope more people will work. There would be more entries in future, and I think this was good enough. But I think we are using the word artificial intelligence. Rather, the tech people are using it in a manner that it gives a lot of visibility and market. And artificial intelligence is one way to give a predictive model of population growth and country planning. So the intelligence component of that portion should be very well defined by the scientists. So you should know what you are seeking for. You give your seeking question, I want somebody to predict this for me. That is your first line of algorithm, where you develop then the parameters. I will work only on these 6 parameters. Tell me which 3 to prioritize to get optimal results. That is artificial intelligence. And I hope we all will work. We will be more intelligent than the person to predict it, and we will put it to very good use. I wish all the best to the young scientist and the scientist to do good artificial intelligence or pure intelligence to this fraternity of nutrition. God bless.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So that was a very good round of discussion. I hope many of the audience also have so many other questions, but because of the paucity of time, we could not attend to each of them. But probably the purpose of the deliberation was to raise questions. You can get the answers from the speakers in the subsequent tea session. May I now request the chairpersons to kindly distribute the certificates to participants. May I now call the participant Ms. Prabdeep Kaur.
Good morning, everyone. I request all the delegates to please assemble inside the auditorium. I kindly request all the delegates to please assemble inside. Yes. I welcome you all to the 13th Dr. Rajamal P. Devdas Memorial Award Lecture. I am Dr. Tina, scientist at NIN. I'm glad to be coordinating this session. To start with the program, I would first like to invite Dr. A. Tirumani Devi, Professor and Head, Department of Food Science and Nutrition, Avinashalingam University, to please come on to the dais. I now request Dr. R. Hemalata, Director, ICMR-NIN and President NSI, to please come on to the stage. I now request Dr. Subbarao, Scientist F, ICMR-NIN, to please come on to the stage. I now request Professor Anupa Sidhu, Director, Lady Irwin College, New Delhi, to please come on to the stage. I now request Dr. A. Tirumani Devi, Professor and Head, Department of Food Science and Nutrition, Avinashalingam University, to tell us about the award.
Very good morning to honorable dignitaries present on and off the dais, respected senior scientists, dear delegates, research scholars, and students. With the blessings of God Almighty, our founder and first Chancellor, Dr. T.S. Avinashalingam Ayya avargal, and first Vice Chancellor, Dr. Rajamal P. Devadas, of our institute, it is a tremendous honor and privileged opportunity to share about Dr. Rajamal P. Devadas Memorial Lecture Award, which was instituted by Nutrition Society of India in association with the Avinashalingam Education Trust and Avinashalingam University for Women, Coimbatore, in the year 2009. Dr. Rajamal P. Devadas, lovingly called Amma by her colleagues and students, had made significant contribution for the cause of nutrition science, home science, and women's education and empowerment in the country. She was the president of Nutrition Society of India during 1987 to 1991 and also president of Home Science Association of India for the period of 1971 to 81. Born in Kalikulam in Tirunelveli district of Tamil Nadu, Dr. Devadas had her early education in Chennai and graduated from Women's Christian College, Chennai. She received her PhD degree from Ohio State University, USA in the year 1950, and also her postdoctoral DSc degree from the University of Madras in the year 1978. As a leading nutritionist of Nutrition International Deputation, Dr. Devadas, in her various capacities as Principal, Vice Chancellor, and Chancellor, had an extraordinary academic record and performance throughout her life. Dr. Devadas held several celebrated positions such as Chief Home Economist, Joint Director, Home Science, Directorate of Extension, Ministry of Food and Agriculture, Government of India in 1955 to 61, and Assistant Director General in Nutrition in ICMR for the period of 1975 and 76. She also received the immense merit as a Regional Vice President, International Federation for Women in Agriculture, Regional Coordinator for Research, World Alliance for Breastfeeding, and the first Vice President of World Food Conference organized by FAO in the year 1970 in Hague, Holland, beside holding many other memorable advisory positions in national and international organizations. Dr. Devadas' major scientific contribution in the area of home science and community nutrition has resulted in various implementable programs. In the academic year of 1991 to 98, she integrated NSS into undergraduate curriculum of home science Avinashlingam University, Coimbatore, giving it credits and an academic status. She was the chief editor of Indian Journal of Nutrition and Dietetics, Research Highlights, and Tamil Science Monthly Vijnana Chudar. She had authored 500 research papers and 57 books. She represented India in more than 50 international nutrition and home science conferences in around 40 countries. She received many awards from various national and international organizations for her commendable and priceless service in different fields, including Tagore Literacy Award in the year 1991, Padma Shri from Government of India 92, Dr. P.C. Guha Memorial Award 1993. She was awarded honorary degree of Humane Letters from Oregon State University in the year 1993 and Ohio State University 1994, honorary DSc from Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture and Technology, Kanpur in the year 1994, honorary degree of DSc from University of Ulster, Northern Ireland in the year 1996, J.D. Birla Award 1998, and McCallum S. Adishesha Award in the year 2000, and prestigious International Union Nutrition Science Award in 2001. At this memorable moment, we are happy to inform that NSI is proudly announced that the 13th Dr. Rajamal P. Devadas memorable lecture will be delivered by Professor Anupa Sindhu, Director, Lady Irwin College, New Delhi, on maternal nutrition issues and initiatives. Once again, we are highly thankful to you, Madam, for delivering the 13th Dr. Rajamal P. Devadas Memorial Lecture to this August gathering. Thank you, one and all present.
I would now request Dr. G.M. Subbarao, Scientist of ICMR-NIN, to introduce the speaker of this award.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. And it's my privilege to introduce Professor Anupa Sidhu. Our association goes back to 2006 and 7 when we worked on KABP studies on food safety and a World Bank-aided project. Thank you, ma'am. She hardly needs any introduction in the nutrition and home science faculty, but it's good to know how illustrious her academic and administrative career has been. Professor Anupa Sidhu is currently the director, Lady Irwin College, and head Department of Home Science, University of Delhi, and she had an MSc degree from the same institute, and then pursued her PhD from All India Institute of Medical Sciences in 1988, and then she has several publications to her credit in national, international peer-reviewed journals, and she is a member of several bodies of and scientific panels of regulatory as well as academic organizations. And Professor Anupa Sidhu has an illustrious administrative academic experience. She has served as the chairperson of UGC UG Home Science Curriculum, something that was discussed in the general body this morning in 2014, and then PG Curriculum Nutrition Biology, Central University of Haryana. And she introduced one new postgraduate and BEd special education in 2007 and revised all undergraduate and postgraduate courses in home sciences in 2004, 2007 and 2014. Professor Anupa is a member of several professional bodies and national committees and scientific committees on policy in food safety, nutrition and nutrition security, maternal nutrition. She has been the head of the Secretariat of the Capacity Building Project, of which was aided by World Bank, of which KABP study was one. And she has been a signatory of several MOUs with foreign universities and study abroad programs and twinning programs, and she has hosted several WHO and international fellows, and she attended several national and international conferences in India and abroad, in many countries including UK, Korea, Malaysia and others. And she is a recipient of several awards since 1979. The most recent ones include the International Education and Leadership Summit Award 2015, Asia's Brand Awards for Education 2016, Women Economic Forum Award for Women of the Decade in Academics in 2017, National Poshan Ma Award in 2018, and Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay Excellence Award in 2019. These are just a few, and their list goes on and on. Ma'am, congratulations on being awarded the very prestigious Rajamal P. Devdas Memorial Oration Lecture Award. Give her a big round of applause. Thank you.
On that great note, we'll now move to the felicitation program. I now request our director, Dr. R. Hemalata, ICMR-NIN, to felicitate Professor Anupa Sidhu. Yes. To felicitate Professor Anupa Sidhu ma'am with the Rajamal P. Devdas Memorial Award Lecture. Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Professor Anupa Sidhu to deliver her Dr. Rajamal P. Devdas Memorial Award Lecture.
What is next one? Take it. Good morning, everybody. So this is a landmark year, as we had in the inaugural session, 100 years of NIN, and the 54th year of NSI is an annual event. And thank you so much for reposing faith in me to deliver this oration. I'm truly honored and humbled by the decision of the organizing committee and the award committee for conferring this award and giving me opportunity to share my views. In past, I have by and large worked on hardcore energy expenditure studies, energy metabolism, body composition, giving BMI cutoffs, against the WPT James classification in 2002 at this very forum at NSI, and which has picked up and is now showing. It's a great moment that we hold our journal club of all the research activities together and critique it positively for growth of each other and hand-holding. So, yeah, it's doing better. So today I will share with you some of my experience on maternal nutrition issues and initiatives of the last 6 years. Although working on maternal nutrition has been older than that, not with my first love on body composition and energy requirements and expenditure studies. But over the year, I built up an acumen which helped me critique every moment of my decision-making and helped me to sharpen that acumen. I'm inspired by the work of Dr. Rajamal Devdas, and this presentation is dedicated to her memory. I had a long association with her. Much before 1985, actually. It starts from here, probably somewhere in mid-70s. I've met her personally at various fora. But at IUNS Brighton, 1985, IUNS Korea, 1989, with the entire gang of students and researchers from Coimbatore, that impressed me, the syndicate manner in which she thought that we all move together. Thereafter, in several dedicated meetings, say of Planning Commission on Poverty Line, later in 1999, with her at NSI, Coimbatore, I found her to be a great inspiration for the nutritionists of this country. She had great vision, significant impact on women empowerment, probably the way I define it personally. The women empowerment is not like a crown, but a woman to bring up her capacity that she is ready to give to the society. To me, that is the operational definition of empowerment. And if she is taking and seeking and she needs to be helped, she's not empowered. So we work through women empowerment, that we build all her capacity, health-seeking behavior, nutrition, taking decision, financial decisions, and I'll conclude it somewhere around that in the end. She herself was a very disciplined, God-fearing person, reaching to the community through education. You walk through the streets of Coimbatore, there is no one who does not know Amma, and there's no child in any end of that lane who did not study in that institution. And she was recognized greatly for her school noon meal program. On attending the NSI at Coimbatore, we took early morning walk, 5 o'clock walk to the chapel and the prayer place. I do not know what the names are now. And having a dialogue and planning our day together, I went with 40 students, so I should take them to Pastures Institution, Wellington, and everywhere else on food security systems, on fruits and rare nuts. Her discourse was very stimulating. I can assure you that you have missed a generation if you did not interact with her, but I will try to live through with it. And today, she would be known. She passed away in 2002. That's the time we organized the Asian Congress in Delhi. But a great nutritionist, educationist, President, Nutrition Society of India, 1987 to 91, Chancellor of Vinashlingam University Institute. By her own training, she was not a home scientist, but she epitomized this subject and worked for home science and higher education for women. I today want to commit my pan-India efforts in her memory on women empowerment. Thank you, Subbarao-ji, for sharing the World Bank project. And we all planned it here. We started with data collection. NIN was the nodal center for doing that initial research work. And I was responsible of 3 states in the north and All the states were divided between different scientists. And we collected a baseline data on U5, under 5 mothers, on food and drug safety. And that report was presented in Ministry of Health and then World Bank, and we sieved out some jingle messages from it for reaching out to the community. We can't just do research and not take the next step. We can't do science without impacting the humanity. That would be a sheer waste of money and time if we all invested in so-called learning. Indian education system defines learning with knowledge, the first pillar. The second pillar is practice. Third and fourth I'll not get into, and that is self-realization, and a little more seriously. But I embarked on all 4. Every time I said I've learned something, I have gone on to all the 4 pillars as to how to evolve, how to see myself, how to see the community. And during those deliberations, planned pan-India initiatives, which I continued to do thereafter with Ministry of Health. And we worked on capacity building and consumer awareness. I'll touch on to this today, and then I will talk about National Center of Excellence and Research and Diets, which we hosted from 2018 with the funds of UNICEF, many collateral national and international partners, and worked with Ministry of Health and the department and Niti Aayog. This should be WCD, there's an error. And then later, concomitantly, I was chairing another center at Lady Irwin College called Roshni. That was also a national center. I will give you a panoramic view of what we were doing. So this is the first one, World Bank, and we started consumer awareness. From the U5 mothers, we realized very simple issues like hand washing, fuel not available, water not available, not being able to maintain temperature of eating, and the cold chain and the hot chain. The woman would not, heat up the oven 3 times a day to keep it warm. She didn't have facility to keep it cold. So we didn't leave it. As I'm saying, we did not leave it at knowledge. We walked on to practice, and we walked on to evolve as to how do you see the humanity now with the current wealth of information. So this was a multi-centric study, initially in 3 states, only to collect data where NIN was the nodal, and then later took capacity building of the entire country. I headed the secretariat. Thank you, Suparna Ghosh, for being here. It's incidental. And then she was heading the secretariat and coordinated all the 17 states. And we worked on how to reach the community. So to begin with, we made a task force. We need not go into very fine print. It's a page from history, not really meant to be read, but to be studied later. And the task force members culled out those key messages like importance of sanitation, food safety, food handling, reading the food labels, reading expiry dates, not doing self-medication, and insisting on prescription of medicine. We went to the length of saying, you have to see the doctor's prescription on the bill, write the name of the doctor, the name of the patient, and the expiry date of the medicine. You still see that practice sustainably till date, 15 years down the line. It was no mean job to bring about, kind of go on to a knowledge base and then go on to practice and insist on policy. And that it happens and it works even after 20 years. That should be the practice, that it is seen evidently even after 20 years. We use mass media approach and developed locally acceptable material, worked through the local NGOs. You can't reach any community, state, any state in the country without the local NGO, a local navigator who understands the community, a sustainable approach that it should work for 20 years, if not 50 or 100. We use television as a media, but then the pictures come and go. We use jingles and slogans. I still see that today on Doordarshan and Lok Sabha TV, etc. So they are all sensible things are still there. School intervention and various reinforcement of messages. Among the first three, each one was an institution later. When we said, read expiry dates. We worked on panel. I worked on that committee for 12 years to insist that the panel was complete, the font size complete, and whatever little else one had to do on it. It was an amazing journey. That I can still bounce back to this even today, even if I have left it for the last 5 to 10 years and embarked on the next Pan-India program. During the Secretariat, I divided the entire country into 6. We had the Secretariat at Lady Irwin College. The North Zone was at Lady Irwin College, but there was Northeast, East Zone. North Zone represented by Chetna. East Zone was Cine. South Zone by FedCort. And West on CERC. Each one under this master NGO had 100 NGOs to penetrate the entire state. So we reached the last town. So when I traveled to, kind of Himachal, to Shimla, or to Kufri, on the bank was the sanitation message that do not have self-medication, insist on a bill and a doctor's prescription. So that only tells that even 2 years later, when the project had wound up, it still drummed the message and reinforced, and that is the strength of mass media and using sustainable approaches. I'll just give example of one. It's a huge, huge program. And so we were, by and large, at a college. And we started with, as I said, master NGOs. Gravis was Dr. Prakash was our partner. And he had all the maternity and all the maternal healthcare units of Rajasthan posted on Jodhpur, and I just said that. We only embarked our journey through master NGOs, and they, in turn, had several NGOs under them through which they worked. We had WCD, ISI, that is in Indian Society, and we had INHAIR, Uttaranchal, that's a Himalayan research group, Mobilization, Urmul. They're extremely good on that Sarangi Sangeet, and we made them compose poems in folk that they will drum all the messages through folk. We used all out-of-the-box techniques. Once that folk song is done, it will be drummed on every occasion of the family. And that is the way I thought we will make these systems sustainable. It was a one-time grant of World Bank. They won't give it again and again. So our messaging was such that it will repeat for itself for the quality and for the needs. Sorry. So yes, this was just a picture at the time of Gravis and remote Jodhpur in the sand dunes. We called all these singers to come, whatever poems they had composed and whatever they were doing, to come and showcase what will they drum. The content was vetted. It was a tedious exercise of a quality control and precision. And as I just said, the hallmark of this 4 years of work was low-cost messaging, usually using their indigenous material, that is local folk media, weaving the key messages in folk. So it's not to say that folk was the IEC. The method was one. Deep community penetration, remote areas, every corner pocket, Kargil to wherever we went. We had our DRDO teams going, and they said it's there. This message is there in Kargil. So we don't have this message, send this one. So we were able to kind of reach the unreached wherever they were. Community participation and engagement. The content was prepared by the stakeholder themselves. That in local language, using community radios like Hevilwani in Uttaranchal, and schools and posters. The visible effects were seen even after the withdrawal of the project. With such a mission and experience, it was then hard to shed that whenever we do pan-India programs, we do it by any other method. That never satisfied us. So we always embarked on this journey. And I was working on GSSK guidelines with ministry, going for the meeting there, till I realized कि कौन सुन रहा है ये सब कौन किसको बताओगे? कैसे पता चलेगा? समझ गए. I have always gone on a premise to assume that the other party to whom the communication is made has now understood and is known. I have never taken that for granted. That would be a rhetoric. To say mother knows breastfeeding. No, poor thing doesn't know. We have to tell them. There's a whole BPNI who works on it. To say that doctors know, patient chala jayega, wo kar lega na apne aap. Nahi, wo nahi kar pata hai. I have seen in facility centers, in rural centers, in slums, that the doctor really does not know that what are the dietary guidelines for handling hypertension and overweight. They don't know. Just put your heart on yourself, all those people who are in medical fraternity, you would realize, offhand, it doesn't come. We had to prepare algorithms and material as a reinforcement material. You go to private clinics now. In every private clinic, the doctor keeps a small brochure on ovarian cancer, on hypertension, on checking the eye, because it's not that the doctor does not know. The doctor needs, among a busy schedule, a reinforcement. So you need these technologies, these IEC material, and so we embarked on request of the ministry to this journey of establishing a National Center of Excellence and Advanced Research on Diets called NCRD. Our focus was only maternal nutrition in 2018. We will do any other a little later. We don't want to leave it right now. And it was supported by UNICEF. We acted as technical support unit for the ministry. And later, with effort of 13 interministerial issues, worked very hard through Poshan Ma and had convergence of 13 ministry for the very first Poshan Ma that took place in 2018. I thank Government of India for giving me the award, but I am not always interested in the goal. I am more interested in the process, that the process should be robust, the system should be set, that whether I am there or anyone is there, the system should just go on. So I'm just giving this example. We networked with many people, NSS, AIMS, state health workers, dietitian trainings, and we held camps on the PMSMA Day, which is Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Maitri Abhiyan. And the AIMS, they got their NSS team, and similarly, even ministry got their teams, their workers, and we held camps on the floor of the ministry, whether it was Niti Aayog or Health Ministry or Education. We held these camps there to sensitize. And they all said, we did not know. We are working in this area for 20 years, 30 years. आज पहली बार किसी ने आके हमें ये समझाया है कि ये ऐसे होता है. So, to build perspective, to be on same page, and this is a launch, the whole bus went, you can see a bus in the background. So, most of these were like mass movement. And on a particular day, a huge participation of 200, 300 to 1,000 people. We didn't always afford buses, but there were people who volunteered to get their own people. And we developed these algorithms that for maternal nutrition, you need to have a setup. I have worked through all the hospitals in the country. Did I realize that there is no dietitian dedicated to maternal care? In the last 7 years, it has come up. So there are appointments, so they promptly tell me, we have appointed one at Max, at Apollo, but these are tertiary, very, very expensive hospitals. When I work for 90% of the country, that is a common man, who will get, the dietitians do not always reach them. So, but at the same time, you have to do it as a whole. You can't say this is first and the second priority. I will just highlight why we needed this algorithm. It's a busy one, but not so difficult to understand. And we were aiming towards fall of MMR, which was very evident from till 2016, from NFHS 4 to 5, and we are tracking it on real-time data with Anganwadi workers, ab ka kya data hai, and other health workers, ab kya hua, what are the causes of maternal death. And if they put out some 2-3 things, this is what is happening, we bring out an IEC and shoot it to that center, private primary health center. Do this, otherwise, and bring down these 10 deaths. These 10 deaths per month should not occur. So we have not left a stone unturned. And with this zeal, reducing all forms of maternal malnutrition, we have this problem of 11% short and 23% thin. I'm not going into technical detail, which we have heard in the last 2 days. I purposely left it because enough is known on these percentages. What is not known is what to do next. After knowing it, what is to be done next. And yes, we started our algorithm on the basis of ANC, the WHO guidelines on antenatal care in 2016. There were 49 interventions, 14 were that of nutrition. So whether iodine or it was calcium, when to give the 8 ANC visits. In India, one is so difficult to comply with. And I can show you the graph that if it is 4, then how the whole picture changes. That's only for evidence. But yes, we know we need to give importance, and it is being complied to. This entire document on the right corner, strengthening maternal nutrition services, 8 contacts. In each contact, what to do, what messaging to give. So every time we have gone by the policy, then who will do it? Where will it happen? What is the outcome? If this doesn't happen, then back in the loop. How do we go back all over again till the system is 100% robust with negligible failure? India has been extremely good in making policies, but did not work on interventions. So we are therefore trying to work on algorithms. It's not that they are foolproof. It's a way we start thinking is what I'm trying to get at. You may critique it. And there will be many things you will find. Even I find them even today when I'm compiling. अच्छा ये तो अभी भी पुराना data है. ये तो अभी ये भी गलत हो गया. ये तो अब change हो गया. अब फिर से बनाएंगे. So, which is all right. That doesn't stop us from thinking. And yes, this is my entire team from academia. And we had 2 leads, Dr. Neena Bhatia and Dr. Manisha Sabharwal, and many more research workers, more than this actually. So it's a huge team and very huge number of postdoctoral, doctoral and master's students who worked on these algorithms to sharpen it. So what is the nutrition, what is in ANC we should do? There are key messages. So there are 2 levels. The algorithm that I showed you just now had 2 parts. One is for community, the other one is for facility. In both of them, there are 5 action points, which are almost identical, but how you go about it is different. And some are done through ASHA worker, and some are done through the medical officer, a larger team. I'll not go into details of this due to paucity of time. This is how your ANC data looked like 2016. When we embarked in 2018, we were trying to work at that red and yellow. The left-hand side is if anybody went for any ANC. So that was reasonably good. Any ANC, 1, half, whatever happened. The right-hand side is more than 4 ANC, and you find the shift, that those colors completely change. India presents a different picture, and this is the 5 action points. This is on an antenatal, with antenatal care, and there are 2 people, the nurse and the medical officer. I can assure you, nurse knew nothing. Medical officer did nothing. They would have known, probably, they said facilities nahi hoti hain yahan par. Now, you cannot do, that is unethical. But that's my definition. So I think you cannot leave it in that zone, and I urge each one of you to bring to logical conclusion, to say, हाँ, मुझे nutrition आता है, आपको नहीं आता. अगर आपने net delivery नहीं दी, अगर आपने delivery दे दी और success थी, तो आपको nutrition आता था. So I feel that should be your benchmarking. We did that with the nurse only to do nutrition assessment, give IFA, counseling, classify the risk. And on the right, once you realize those risks, once you realize the risk, you ask the medical officer for the follow-up. Then whatever was not known to the nurse, we prepared the material. And whatever the medical officer says, I do not know, kuch de do humko, bata do kaise karna hai, we gave them the material also. So action point at facility is nutritional assessment by the A&M, give by the A&M, counseling by A&M, classify nutritional risk A&M, actions by nutritional risk by a medical officer. You may say that the counseling by A&M probably is not high quality, but something is sensitized, and that gets the ball rolling, after which the person will seek and we'll go to the medical officer in any case. So this is at a village health sanitation day. On a PMSMA day, on the 9th of every month, there is a very beautiful initiative. All the doctors, nurses, local dietitians, volunteers, the local NGOs, they all come to the site. It's like a mela. That group and peer counseling has tremendous impact. They solve each other's problem by just going through this exercise. And it has shown great success. The components, the 5 doables, nutrition assessment, give, counsel, classify risk, and the action on the nutritional risk. Even till date, they are able to classify the risk. Blood pressure ज़्यादा है, height 145 से कम है, तो अब क्या करें? लंबा तो नहीं कर सकते, तो फिर कुछ और भी तो करना है. तो ऐसे में, underweight में, there are 10 guideline points. You are not at your wit's end that you cannot do anything. You can do a lot. And so, ये करने के बाद क्या next step hai, is defined. Action point, as I say, on the same day, some by A&M, some by ASHA workers, some by, so by and large, we will do it at a facility and at the community level, at the medical level also, in a camp also. I am talking 90% of India. I am not talking pregnant women, antenatal care in a tertiary hospital, and our data derived from that. So we derive data on a daily basis कि अभी भी 45 से weight नहीं बढ़ा, अभी भी height तो 145 से नहीं बढ़ सकती. So जो उसमें 7 चीजें करने को बोली वो करी कि नहीं करी. Adequate amount of energy in the diet. Overweight है, has the person started walking 30 minutes a day or not? It may look very funny, but the fact is that rural women are extremely sedentary also. There is unemployment. They are homebound. So you have to give them a guideline as to how to do it further. This is a flip book on safe motherhood, and there are key messages on assessment, ANC, all the entitlements, the benefits, the cash transfer policies, and the IFAs, and I'll not go into the detail, diet diversity, and personal cleanliness, consumption of calcium, of IFA, and meal frequency, sleep and rest, all the guidelines and all the government programs. This is told to every patient, आपकी ये entitlements हैं. आप अपने घर में जो भी कोई maid है, उससे पूछो, आपके क्या entitlements हैं? They don't know. I want to know about you. Can you tell which are the entitlements? No. So I think we need to work on this. We do not know the subject if we did not do it till delivery. The food security entitlements from Anganwadi, from PDS, from NRLM, it goes on to the importance of self-help group. We did not leave it as text. We followed it up for the next Pan-India program on Roshni for this. And these are the monthly cards to give guidelines. These are the at-risk cards. I'm sorry, I'm going a little fast, but this is a huge amount of work, and I cannot possibly go in details. You can, however, go to the NCRD site and navigate each one in detail. There are 17 risks: overnutrition, obesity, anemia, tuberculosis, malaria, undernutrition, in pregnant women, too young, too short, fluorosis, importance, each one, tuberculosis, HIV, AIDS. You have to go and take your medicine. It needs to be supervised along with your pregnancy. Similarly, hypertension, BP to be measured. And then potassium-rich foods, and there are 7 guidelines to that, and walk, and do not stress yourself, have sound sleep. So there are all the guidelines along with. For every 17 risk, there is a guideline. There's a booklet, and it looks, this is the one which looks for anemia. I think I missed out the booklets. Maybe I think I walked a little fast. For every 17, there is a booklet of just 6 pages. No information overload. Points, bulleted messages, and doables. We don't want to give knowledge. We want from that knowledge to go into practice. So each one is a doable. We say, isko practice karo. Janne ki zarurat nahi hai. Karo, apne aap samajh mein aa jayega. So we talk about anemia, the reasons, the signs and symptoms. So this I'm talking just 6 pages on every risk and prevention and the dosage, how much of folic acid and the blue capsule and the red and whatever, the frequency, before a meal, after a meal, not to have IFA and calcium together. So each one, that guideline is told. And dietary advice: eat vitamin C-rich food, include more greens, use double fortified salt, do not overcook your food, always consume vitamin C-rich sauce, and whatever else. So it just goes on, and how you can improve your iron absorption. There are many do's and many don'ts. The don't is, obviously, all of us know, tea, coffee, not to be had with meals. Unhygienic water, no. And caffeine drinks, no. So, yes, I thought I missed. But then for every risk, just as for obesity, there's a booklet of 8 pages. There is for diabetes, for HIV, and hypertension, and obesity, and underweight, and tuberculosis, and hyperthyroidism, and hyperthyroidism, and hypothyroidism, and so on and so forth. All 17. There is a booklet. And I can assure you, when we went with it, everybody took it willingly. Although written in English here, they are all translated in various languages. It went international in a Vigyan Bhavan SARC meeting. The Prime Minister requested for this. And all the health ministers of different countries, they took it and they got it translated. They asked us to vet the content. I said, we are not competent. Just do it based on what your country needs. We are not giving exam here to say right or wrong. It's a guideline. It's an algorithm. Just use it. And similarly, for COVID-19, we say 3 meals, 1 nutrition. We have talked about diversity, 1 from each food group, and consume your daily IFA, continue to do that. I think COVID, Baba, is a great period. And everybody was sulking, was feeling bad. Even I did. And I said, Kahan, we are all doomed. When will we rise? But it left 3 important things. It put nutrition on center stage, on the plate of everybody. Even the last elderly person, मुझे ये क्यों नहीं खाना चाहिए, मैं किसी तरह से घोल के, पीस के खाऊंगी, whatever the income group. They all had good health-seeking behavior, nutritious food practices to say that they went into excess. Some did. Some had, poor physical activity. They became obese. But most wanted to know about nutrition and hygiene. So it put nutrition on my plate. And I had to think about it on a daily basis and think about hygiene and safety and deliverance. I'll not go into more of this, but need to take 2 hours rest, we told in COVID period. They all said, हम सोते रहते हैं, हमारा वजन बढ़ जाएगा, तो हमने कहा ये weight reducing का time नहीं है. वजन को बढ़ने दो, बस 12 किलो से ज़्यादा नहीं बढ़ेगा. So we had to give them specific benchmark, peg points, that not to increase excessively. And the best part is they spent time with family. I'll come to that in the end. These were the international initiative. I just said that. SARC, the health ministers at Vigyan Bhavan. Within artificial intelligence, people said we don't know who will teach us yoga. This is obviously an international audience. We prepared an artificial intelligence LED panel. They stand in front of it. They do Tadasan, they do pranayam, and they do everything. And that module gives them a feedback. You are 65% correct. You are 75% correct. You can improve further. You were better last time. So it is by image, planning, and actual intelligence. You can't reach so many people. So you need this great tool called artificial intelligence and e-learning. It is not a hype. It is not quackery. It is a very sound tool, but very expensive to begin with, very effective. You can put it in Pragati Maidan. We did that. We put it in Vigyan Bhavan, any international conference and delegation. We put an exhibition, and they all learn how to take weight of themselves, how to compute BMI on that machine, on a different machine, how to play a quiz. Vitamin C-rich sources, I have now taken this with tea, this, it gives an alert. No, this is wrong. So, digital learning has its own advantage. It doesn't have a face. You can freely say whatever you want to, and you will get a feedback. So it's not counseling. It is a reinforcement material. It gives you yet to plan. It gives you an agenda. And you must use technology and harness technology for this huge country. Otherwise, we can't reach all. I have no barriers. I will use anything to reach all. So quiz, health card, BMI calculator, organic farming. Everybody said when they came in India that you use cow's urine for, don't you have proper planning on dung and, manuring and what is organic? A whole module for self-learning. We don't have to teach. You learn it yourself. You like it or you don't like it, you give it on a feedback form. We will correct ourselves and do a better job next time. We don't want to be said right or wrong, but it should make sense to you. Talk about kitchen gardens. That is not improving food basket. You cannot grow your own food in the kitchen and be self-sufficient, but it center stages, it's a game to play that you learn every nutrition message yourself. You did it. Your own green. You did it. You means the patient or a person. And if they participate and it engages with the candidate, they learn much more. So we've done that with Women Collective. We've done this on regional diets. These are regional diets. I'm not going into details, sorry. I'm already excess of time. Then we have done this algorithm, planning, scaling with Niti Aayog. It's a delight to work. The people right now are very positive on uptake. Doordarshan, we have shows on Arogya Bharat and regional trainings, nurse trainings, doctor training. Don't assume, any of us, including the nutritionists, that we are nutrition people. We have been taught, and we know you don't know, because by then, if you really knew, you would have translated to about 1,000 people on a daily basis. So community training, and I come to T3 camps. Till now, anemia was done by testing and treating, HemoQ, and then to say this is the cutoff. Nobody talked. Nobody gave interpretation of result. So we brought talk as an integral part of T3 camp. Anemia Mukt Bharat is a government program. The Anemia NCERA, which is the Center of Excellence, is in AIMS, in Department of Preventive Medicine. And we teamed up with them, or rather they teamed up with us to do the talk component, which was extremely well received in the last 6 years and even today. I just want to show you these films that we are doing these T3 camps in communities. We're not doing in tertiary hospitals. We do it, and hospitals and ministry. Trainings for talk, which is test, treat, talk, and videos, and the T3 camps. It's a combined effort of Lady Owen College, along with All India Institute of Medical Sciences and Ministry of Health. So these are all the camp days. This is how we ask our students to go to the community and teach and reach everyone. Why I think we got recognized in 2018, because I told we have in coursework, we have each one teach one. So instead of adult education, we said adult education with 3 components or dal do. Nutrition bhi padha do. So if every student, medical college, home science college, they are going to the community, just make your personal target. You need not be marked on it. Your happiness will mark it for you. That I'm going to uplift with content, with knowledge. You will really do a great job. These are recipes and how to prepare good recipes. These are all for the entire country. And this is the Arogya Bharat talk. We had Praveen yesterday, so, with Manju Puri and Praveen and Baswal Saab from Ministry, we have gone serially on this Arogya Bharat. These are the thali models, and these are the regional diets and the items in it, and how you cook are given in it. It's a recipe book for every state. And with this, we went to Niti Aayog to go to aspirational districts. There are 115 of them. How to work on first 1,000 days for complementary feeding, for maternity, for snacks, for whatever. We prepare like this, and we did find a visible change between NFHS 4 and 5 by close monitoring with IIPA and their raw data. And the NCRD work, we stopped because we felt you will now not see anything beyond. Why do you say कि आपने तो 2-3 साल काम किया था, उसके बाद तो हमने बताया ना कि हम क्या काम करेंगे. So we said, role of husband during pregnancy, that is a guideline, role of husband, and to encourage, to do hand-holding, to take up to a local discipline. Somebody yesterday from Telangana, mother-in-law didn't like her son to be doing household work. Doesn't matter. Just listen. Every day you will listen. If you will not listen that, you will listen something else. But you will listen. So why not listen on some useful line of work? And we embark on the third Pan-India program, and that is Roshni. This is not with Ministry of Health. It is with Ministry of Rural Development. Again, it is ever since 2018. And you can see I selected this picture as a theme picture for this center. I said, agar usme aadmi nahi hai, they got some beautiful women who were smiling and giggling. I said, aadmi chahiye, puri family chahiye, bacha chahiye, buddha chahiye, everyone I want on the Roshni team. They did not agree with me, but within 1 year, they got my point and they worked on gender layering, that it will not happen without participation of men. This is my MOU signing with the Ministry of Rural Development. And Ministry of Rural Development is, by and large, for so many years, working on livelihood programs, kapat, and whatever else. And beyond a point, वो self-help group corrupt हो गए, घर का खर्चा निकालते हैं, बच्चों की education में पैसा divert करते हैं. I heard all of this. They said, आप इसमें थोड़ा nutrition डाल दो तो interest आ जाएगा. I said, मैं तो सब कुछ ही डाल दूंगी, आधा नहीं डालूंगी. So, on women livelihood system, did we evolve with the ministry, their thought? I don't do any thinking myself. It is for you to think, and I will say, okay, this should happen or not happen. They went on their Dasha Sutra strategy. They were initially working on bank loans and generating money. They've come back on it last month. And we, however, talked about layering FNHW, that is Food and Nutrition, Hygiene and Sanitation, the WASH program on the food and nutrition, on the platform of livelihood mission. I'm sorry this is going haywire, but if I break my chain, the story is gone. So Roshni was established as a technical capacity. There are only 5 slides more, hopefully. I don't remember it. And it's a technical and capacity building wing to scale up Swabhiman. Swabhiman, Kamlaji asked yesterday what it is. And it is working on a Dasha Sutra strategy between 2018 to 22. They wanted to accomplish it. They accomplished it 2 years ago. During pandemic, they finished it. Now, they started with 3 states. The Telangana UNICEF department says we started with 3 backward states. Those 3 backward states are phenomenal. We have prepared all toolkits with them. You always start with the last person. You can always then become the best. I'm actually very hopeful from Telangana. They will take it several notches above. But so the social action, that's a group of women collectives, the self-help group, cluster federation, women-based organizations. And they were planning their micro-planning. The minister on 25th November against women violence and mental health said that our self-help group women, several crore during the COVID period, have earned 1 lakh per annum. When husbands lost their job, they were the breadwinners. And now they have notched them. How many will do 5 lakh? And all those women are standing. Main kar lungi. That should be, it should be. Any program should be sought by them. You don't tell them ye karke aana. आप क्या चाहते हो हमको बता दो, हम आपको ना बताएंगे. हमें ये अच्छा लगता है, हमें वो अच्छा लगता है. We have a dialogue. They will do it. If it is not driven by them, it's not worth doing it. So now we have 12 state RLMs from Punjab, Manipur, Telangana, Goa, Meghalaya, Sikkim, Himachal, Uttarakhand, Orissa, Assam, Chhattisgarh, Bihar for the FNHW and gender layering. Don't miss the last word. We worked very hard in the last 1 year for the gender layering work. And we have prepared the toolkit that it can be scaled from the three states that were picked up were Bihar and Chhattisgarh. Bihar was 100% funded by UNICEF. The other was state funded. So there are different learning experiences, and we can prepare toolkits accordingly and go to every state of this country. And the NRLM is actually doing day NRLM, which is Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, under the new National Rural Livelihood Mission. It's a social development intervention on food security, health, hygiene, nutrition status of the self-help group members and their families. These are micro-planning. They only plan. They tell their panchayati leader, we want this. They went get the grant. They go to the ministry. The state NRLM people enable them if they're not able to solve certain things. So we are their logistic partners. From back end, we will support every activity on gender transformations and with day NRLM, social development initiatives on livelihood, Roshni has done gender layering as an important maternal nutrition has been addressed. Community women collectives are doing microplanning. They are able to establish their own business. They build their own ambulances. Every member of the family, I've told them कि उनको driving सिखा दो. मत बोलना कि ambulance नहीं आती. तो अपना अस्पताल ले जाने का इंतजाम आपका. So खुद सीखो, खुद drive करो. It is based on Atmanirbhar Bharat. It is based on Swabhiman. You can do it. And you forge ahead. This is just recently on 25th of November, the minister has launched this, and this is my Roshni team. And I will show you this film a little later. Let me conclude it, and the film can go on when I can move on. And the efforts are based on research. You cannot undermine your research acumen, your critical thinking. It is not some community project work, some community work. You can't embark on national programs with initiatives. There is serious research behind all of this. You have Ministry of Health, Niti Aayog. Yes, we'll show afterwards. And IIPA, NIN, home science colleges, hospitals, financial support from World Bank, UNICEF, NGOs, Alive and Thrive, I see the Nutrition International, all of them. Some of these toolkits which we have prepared, we have given it to NRLM. We have given the toolkits to UNICEF. We have given the toolkits to Ministry of Health. They can use it wherever they want to use it. They can edit it on prior consultation that we are facing this problem. We are ready to help. They still want to. They should not meddle with the correctness of data and use folk, community radios, Doordarshan clips to be drummed. These are, most of them are reinforcement materials and toolkits. And Poshan Ma was a significant one, and the machine learning, I've already said, by and by. And I'll go back to the last punchline, which I left. Just remember, you can say, itne 2-3 national programs 4 saal mein karke, we reached out a large number of women. You can see the impact. You can see that change. And the cluster federations and their self-help groups, the masks they made, and the local hospitals they provided, the kitchen gardens, they started selling food from their doorstep. You can see the difference. I don't have to give you data of evidence. There is, IIPA has it, UNICEF has it, the state, all the states have their data. This impact has, this is their normal work. As an educational institution, it's not my normal work. So they have to prove what work they have done. We are doing hand-holding, we are giving logistics, and remember, the process is more important than the goal. And just meeting the goal on social parameters can be a daunting task in this large country, any large country. Make the process truly enjoyable. I want my students to participate in life of nutrition. God bless you. I request the film to be on.
Thank you, ma'am, for precisely summarizing us the issues around maternal nutrition and the initiatives taken to bring a difference. Before we close this session, I request Dr. R. Hemalata, President NSI, to present mementos to Dr. Anupa Sidhu and Dr. Tirumani Devi.
ये आंकड़े महिलाओं के पोषण और स्वास्थ्य की स्थिति के बारे में काफी कुछ कहते हैं। हमें पता है कि महिलाओं और किशोरियों के स्वास्थ्य व पोषण को नजरअंदाज
I request Dr. Monica to present the memento to Dr. Subbarao. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for all the dignitaries, but I kindly request Dr. R. Hemalata President NSA to please stay back for the next session. We'll now quickly move on to the next event, that is the presentation of the 9th Dr. B.K. Anand Memorial Award. I now invite Dr. Madam. I would now like to invite Dr. N. Arlappa, Treasurer, NSI, to please come on to the stage. I would also like to invite Dr. P. Raghu, Scientist, F, ICMR-NAN, to please come on to the stage. I now invite Dr. Harshpal Singh Sachdev Sir, Senior Consultant, Pediatrics and Clinical Epidemiology, Sitaram Bhartiya Institute of Science and Research, New Delhi, to please come on to the stage. I would now request Dr. N. Arlappa, Treasurer, NSI, to please tell us about the award.
Good morning to all. Now I am reading out about the award. Dr. Balakrishnan Anand Award is instituted by the National Nutrition Society of India in association with B.K. Anand Benevolent Trust, New Delhi, in the year 2014 in memory of Professor Balakrishnan Anand, an internationally renowned physiologist. Professor Balakrishnan Anand was born on September 18, 1917 in Lahore. Professor Anand earned his medical degree from King Edward Medical College, Lahore in 1940. He then joined the medical services in 1942 and then he earned MD degree in 1948 in 3 subjects. They include medicine, pathology and physiology. Professor Anand then joined Lady Hardinge Medical College as a professor of physiology at very young age of 32 years in 1949. As the first Rockefeller Foundation Fellow, he went to Yale University, USA in 1950. He discovered the existence of neural substrate that is responsible for regulating the food intake, that is known as feeding center. In 1952, he returned to India and joined Lady Hardinge Medical College as professor and head of Department of Physiology. Later, Professor Anand joined All India Institute of Medical Sciences in 1956 as its first professor in the Department of Physiology. He demonstrated his dynamic leadership by helping the structure of MBBS course to 3 phases of 3 semesters each, followed by a year of internship. This pattern was quickly followed by the rest of the country. In 1969, Professor Anand became the Dean of All India Institute of Medical Sciences. His research was on the neurobiology of feeding and satiety. The neurophysiology research unit started by him at AIIMS continues to flourish even today. In 1955, Professor B.K. Anand was instrumental in establishing the Association of Physiologists and Pharmacologists of India. In 1957, he also started the publication of Indian Journal of Physiology and Pharmacology. In 1974, Professor Anand took voluntary retirement to take a World Health Organization assignment in New Delhi. In 1977, after retiring from the WHO, he joined the Family Planning Foundation as its biomedical director. In 1982, after retiring, he established a postgraduate medical institute in Srinagar and served as the director of Sher-e-Kashmir Institute of Medical Science, Srinagar. He continued with this assignment till ill health made him to retire in December 1985. Professor Anand had been the winner of numerous national and international awards. Few of them are Padma Shri in medicine and Swanswarup Bhatnagar Prize. and he had authored numerous research publications. NSI is happy to announce that the 9th B.K. Anand Memorial Award is to be presented to Dr. H.P.S. Sachdev, Senior Consultant, Pediatrics and Clinical Epidemiology, Sitaram Bhartiya Institute of Science and Research, New Delhi. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. P. Raghu, Scientist F, ICMR-NIN, to introduce the recipient of the award.
Good morning, all of you. And I have a small question to students. Do the exclusively breastfed children under 6 months age need to be supplemented with water or no? No. Who has shown that zinc supplementation reduces diarrhea? Any idea? These two, if you want to know who is the man behind this, please listen to me carefully. It's indeed an honor, and I'm feeling a bit emotional to introduce a person whom I admired for a long time. I have first known him when the late M.K. Bhan told me when I initially started interacting with him during my early career. I used to complain him once, sir, I don't have this in the lab, I don't have this in the lab. Then he told me, Dr. HP's name, just see what he has and what he is doing. That is the first time I heard his name, and I started looking into his publications, and from that day onwards, I know him very recently. Actually, I personally, I don't know him for a long time. Just about 2 years. On the day of lockdown, we started interacting directly. So it's an honor for me to introduce him to all of you. Professor Sachdev is a gold medalist in undergraduate and postgraduate medical degrees from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. He is currently a senior consultant, pediatrics and clinical epidemiology, Sitaram Bhartiya Institute of Science and Research. Honorary Research Associate, Institute of Child Health, University of College of London, UK. Adjunct Professor, St. John's Research Institute, Bangalore. And Visiting Professor, MRC Life Course Epidemiology Unit, Southampton. Formerly, he also served as Professor and in charge of Division of Clinical Epidemiology, Department of Pediatrics at Maulana Azad Medical College, New Delhi. Professor Sachdev has 386 indexed international and national publications, with an index of 200 and close to about 40,000 citations, including high-impact journals like NEJM, JAMA, Lancet, BMJ, and AJCN. And he has about 40 publications in Lancet and 30 in BMJ, and I'm dying to publish one even now. His research has been funded by several national and international agencies, including Government of India, Wellcome Trust, BMGF, USAID, World Bank, WHO, UNICEF, and British Heart Foundation. His research output has been translated into clinical practice and international policy and contributed in understanding the pathogenesis of tropical nutritional diseases. The notable examples include demonstration through the unique New Delhi birth cohort, which is the longest cohort so far in India, which is followed up from conception to the 45 years of age. That led to the understanding the early life origins of oral diseases, including diabetes, hypertension, metabolic syndrome, and evaluation of intergenerational effects. And the standard WHO UNICEF policy of recommending exclusive breastfeeding, no water supplementation in infants below 6 months of age, is originated from his publication from the Lancet. He is also accredited for the first global trial demonstrating the utility of zinc supplementation in acute diarrhea which is now a recommendation by WHO, UNICEF, and Indian Academy of Pediatrics. He has also recently demonstrated the description of phenotype of intra-individual double burden of malnutrition. Please don't get confused with double burden of malnutrition. This is intra-individual double burden of malnutrition, where the stunted, undernourished children demonstrating biochemically demonstrating higher CVD risk markers in 5 to 19-year-old children and adolescents. And he has derived hemoglobin thresholds to define anemia in Indian children and adolescents. This is a very recent paper in Lancet, and I request all the students to refer to it. And there is a WHO recommendation of lower sodium content for oral dehydration therapy in neonates, appropriate nutrition during complementary feeding, vasculitis as the key pathogenic event in epidemic dropsy, formulating and influencing national and global policy through high quality and priority systematic reviews. For example, the effect of neonatal vitamin supplementation on mortality in infancy. He has edited 16 popular books and contributed to 39 reports relevant to child health and nutrition in the context of developing countries. Professor Sachdev served for 7 years as editor-in-chief of internationally indexed Indian Pediatrics. His other editorial assignments include editor of International Journal of Epidemiology, section editor of Cochrane Developmental, Psychosocial and Learning Problems Group, editorial board member of European Journal of Clinical Nutrition, editorial board member of BMC series journals, associate editor of Archives of Disease and Childhood, advisory board member of Maternal and Child Nutrition, editorial board member, Board of Clinical Evidence. He is also referee for several prestigious international journals, including Lancet Group, to name a few. He has served as key representative of several professional organizations, National President of Indian Academy of Pediatrics, Regional Advisor, Asia Pacific Pediatrics Association, Secretary, Nutrition Society of India, Secretary, Indian Academy of Pediatrics Specialty Chapter on Nutrition, member of International Nutrition Anemia Consultative Group Steering Committee. He was a joint secretary of 8th Asian Congress of Pediatrics, which received international acclaim for creating a global precedent of not accepting hospitality from manufacturers of infant formula. He is an invited speaker, participant for several international and national symposiums, conferences, and workshops. Other important honorary assignments include member of Niti Aayog, Advisory Committee of Ministry of Women and Child Development, chairperson and expert groups of various government policy groups including FSSAI, expert group member of ICMR, including the SAC member of our own institute, Department of Biotechnology, strategic technical and advisory group experts for maternal and newborn adolescent health and nutrition guidelines group of WHO, and consultant and temporary advisor to WHO, UNICEF, USAID, BMGF, World Bank, and Wellcome Trust. Professor Sachdev is a recipient of several prestigious national research awards from Indian Council of Medical Research and the Indian Academy of Pediatrics. He has been honored with 26 different national and international awards, orations including fellowships of Royal College of Pediatrics and Child Health from London, UK, National Academy of Medical Sciences, India, Indian Academy of Pediatrics, and International Medical Sciences, India. Professor Sachdev was recently listed in the top 0.4% of global researchers in pediatrics and undoubtedly one of the great minds of this country. On behalf of our director, Dr. Hemlata Madam, and colleagues of NIN, I thank Professor Sachdev for his unstinted and selfless contributions to public health research in India and support to NIN in various capacities, and we look forward to your continued support and guidance. Indeed, it's an honor and privilege to both NIN and NSI to facilitate you with Dr. B.K. Anand Memorial Award, and I'm sure Dr. B.K. Anand will be a very happy man today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll go with the felicitation program. I now request Dr. R. Hemalata, President NSI and Director ICMR NIN, to present the B.K. Anand Memorial Award. And the citation. Congratulations, sir. I would now like to request you to please give your remarks.
Thank you, Raghu, for the elaborate introduction. I must say I'm quite overwhelmed with gratitude at this moment to the selection committee and the organizing committee for bestowing this great honor upon me, which does also have a personal touch. It was nearly 55 years ago that I first became familiar with the name of this giant in the field of medicine when we used to, across the street from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, the great institution, catch a bus for our school. And I had along with me to accompany a senior who was about 3 years senior to me, Sanjeev Anand, who happened to be the son of this great man. It was a dream at that time whether one would be able to actually get selected in the 35 odd students to enter the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, but God was kind. I went there. Unfortunately, Professor Anand had just left at the time when we became the undergraduates, but his stamp was all over in the physiology department, and we looked up to emulate his feats at the global or the international level. Later on, I was taught by his elder daughter, Dr. Kusum Verma, and when I entered pediatrics, Professor I.C. Verma, his elder son-in-law, was also a teacher, and it was only later on that I became familiar with Dr. Kumud Khanna, who was his younger daughter. So there is a definite personal touch around in this, and I feel quite humbled and indeed inspired to continue my march on in whatever I'm doing at the receipt of this award. Now, when the invitation came from Dr. Lakshmaya, I said, hang on, there may be a mistake in this. I'm not a physiologist, I'm a pediatrician. But then I remembered the words of my dear friend and academic twin, Professor Anura Kurpad. I think his name should have been in the recipients. He is the most outstanding nutrition physiology researcher, and there must be reasons why his name is not there. But he paid me a big compliment several years ago. He said, Hershey, you think like a physiologist, and that was in admiration. And actually, when I look back, Raghu has already said, the question which was bothering me when as a young faculty was, it was actually a mother which asked me, Dr. Sahab, पानी देना चाहिए बच्चे को नहीं इतनी गर्मी में, and that led to a randomized control trial, change the policy. The current interest of mine is I am quite upset with the messages going on all around in the recent years that we are a hungry and a starving nation. We don't have any food. We are deficient in A, B, C, and D. And I often wonder, how are we surviving as a country, as a population, as such a resilient population? So that has led to us looking at the interface between the physiology and the pathology to define what are the current norms which should be adopted or followed in our context. And therein lies a spate of publications, recent publications. We are questioning the validity of the global growth curves. I mean, one size doesn't fit all. It's common sense, but we have to prove it. The hemoglobin thresholds that Raghu referred to, which has led the WHO to re-examine the cutoff points, and similarly the zinc cutoffs, and several other norms that we are exploring along with the functional consequences linked to that. So my passionate plea to all the young researchers who are there, particularly the young researchers and equally to the senior ones, is that we should think and create evidence locally to influence globally. We have to do that. It's time we got our mind free from the international or the external influence or colonialism, as it is said in several areas. We have to think for our problems and we have to find a solution, and that would be the best for our population. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your stimulating remarks. We'll be closing this session now, and I thank all the dignitaries. And we'll now move forward to the next session. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to our esteemed guests and delegates. Our next session for the day is a symposium on chrononutrition. For this session, I request Dr. Mahtab S. Bamji, former Director Guest Scientist, ICMR-NIN, to join us on the stage to chair the session. I also request Dr. H.P.S. Sachidev, Senior Consultant, Pediatrics and Clinical Epidemiology, Sitaram Bhatia Institute of Science and Research, New Delhi, to join us on the stage. Invite Dr. Shashank R. Joshi, Department of Diabetology and Endocrinology, Lilavati Hospital Research Center, Mumbai, to give his first presentation.
Okay, thank
thank you very much for inviting me. When Lakshmaya phoned and said, we would like you to chair a symposium, I said, what's the subject? So he said something. So I said, oh, Corona nutrition. So he said, no, madam, not Corona. Then I said, what is it? Then he spelled out. I said, my God, chronology and nutrition, I know nothing about it. So how can I chair? So he says, don't worry. Sachdev is your the chairperson. He knows everything about it. So the first thing I want to do is to let him take over the mic and conduct the proceedings.
Well, Lakshmaya used his persuasive powers to the maximum. I am also not that much aware of this, but I did look up and found that it's the science which is linking the circadian rhythm of the biological rhythm with the other external influences, particularly the food patterns, so that to see how they go in sync for the best metabolic health. That's not the best definition that I can give, but I think I'm reasonably close to that. And we have accomplished speakers to inform us about that. So the first one is the biological clock and nutrition, insights on Indian perspective by Dr. Shashank R. Joshi. He actually doesn't need much introduction for the Corona nutrition. He was there all over on the TV. And he's a Padam Shri, and from the Diabetology and Endocrinology, Leelavati Hospital and Research Center, Mumbai. Dr. Joshi, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I think we are switching gears from mother and child to chrononutrition. There is a whole society for chronomedicine. Professor Tripathi couldn't be here from Banaras Hindu University, but he is the current president of the same. And I'm going to talk on circadian rhythms in health and disease. And, I don't have any duality or conflict of interest for this talk, but my disclosures are all right up here, apart from my IDF disclosure. So I'm going to talk on 4 points in 20 minutes. And I must thank Lakshmaya and Dr. Vanisha Nambiar for keeping and recognizing chronomedicine. I never realized that chronomedicine would also lead to people thinking of corona medicine. That's a new terminology now, and I think it's... But I'm going to talk on 4 points and some take-home messages from that. And Professor Tripathi has sent me his slides. I'm not so sure with the Indian stretchable time. If Lakshmaya wants, I can go over his presentation as well. And I'm going to talk on biological clock, some Indian perspective. I'm really going to focus on sleep because there's a big challenge of sleep medicine today. Some chronotypes and some latest global recommendations of the ADA-ESD recognizing chronomedicine. So we all know the biological clock and circadian rhythm. We all know, again, it's linked to physiology. It's a basic quality of human physiology that healthy humans have heart rate, blood pressure, which increase during the daytime. You can see that there's summer now, and it decreases at night. And we have a sleep-wake and a rest-exercise cycle. In addition to blood pressure, heart rate, cardiac output, and catecholamines, which rise during the day and fall during the night, we do have an adaptation change. So it's fundamentally for all organisms, including human beings, to adapt to the need of a higher activity when we are up. And that's really the biological clock, and it's really ingrained. We have the clock located in the suprachiasmatic nucleus of the hypothalamus. But every organ of our body has its own little clock. And we recognize it well. And if you can see this slide clearly, you have very good eyesight. If you don't and see this slide clearly, you need to see an eye doctor. So I think that's something, the first thing which you need to do. And they say that we have something called as melatonin. And I'm not going to discuss melatonin. The last speaker is going to talk on that. But we need to recognize that at this time of the day, we are normally hungry. We are stretching lunch, but I can assure you that I'll be well on time so you can have your food. The best coordination is at 2:30, though people in India have a siesta. The fastest reaction time is at 3:30. And then, of course, the best muscular strength and cardiometabolic activity is at 5 o'clock in the evening. The highest blood pressure is around 6:30. Highest body temperature is at 7 o'clock in the evening. And then melatonin kick starts at around 9 o'clock. Unfortunately, we are now wedded with all these artificial lights, which are shining on my eyes and all the speakers, and that's not a good thing. It's all artificial lights are actually bad. And, then, of course, the deepest sleep is at 2 o'clock, and the lowest body temperature at 4:30. And then there's a very sharp rise of blood pressure at 645, and then melatonin stops being secreted at 7:30. And then, of course, you have the highest testosterone and cortisols between 8 and 9. So that's really the clock. And we all know that when we are exposed to light and, we have the suprachiasmatic nucleus really ingraining our temperature, our endocrine apparatus, our autonomic nervous system. But, now in cellular medicine, and the last speaker is a basic scientist, he's going to tell you that every cell, for its proliferation, for its metabolism, for its survival, has a molecular clock ingrained as well. And we are Indians, very, very clearly. I recognize Professor Bhargava's work. Though I'm an adult medicine, we do recognize some of his work, which has implications in adulthood. He and Professor Yagnik have some cutting-edge work in that sphere. But we are unique. We have a very unique phenotypes, manifestations, habits, foods. And food cooked in every Indian household is different, and we have different rhythms. And I would like to point out to a very old experiment. There is a Hallberg Center of Chronobiology in University of Minnesota. Professor Hallberg is no more. It's his wife, Germaine Conselin, who heads that center there. And way back in 1973 and 76, he published 2 experiments. And the first experiment which he did was if you had only breakfast and no dinner. And the second experiment and second group was only dinner. And people who had the breakfasters, they lost weight, while people who had dinner only gained weight. And then he did a survival curve. And this is human experiments published then in the Lancet, and showed that people who really ate more in the morning than in the evening survived better, had a longer lifespan compared to the people who had the dinner. So this is a very old experiment. And then I'm moving to, at the same center now, a close friend of mine, Lisa Chow, works there. She was at Mayo Clinic and now she works at the University of Minnesota. And she started really looking at experiments. And in the last couple of years, they have published some very elegant work in this direction. What is the real world impact of time-restricted eating? Because 50% of people eat in over 15 hours. And they only stop to eat when they are asleep. And, because Corona was mentioned by ma'am, I would recognize that in Corona eating went up, and now mortality has gone up. So that we recognize very clearly, and we know that we were hunter-gatherers 2 million years ago, and we then became domesticated. Then we were agrarian, and now we have this readily available food which is killing us. So do we have human experimentations on this restricted eating and feeding behavior, and this so-called term which WhatsApp University has made very popular and quacks, called intermittent fasting? Do we have some good science on that? And we clearly know that fasting every other day is classic. 1 to 2 days per week is recognized for religious and other reasons. And few days per month with no caloric intake is modified is also well known. But fundamentally, the TRE as a term, or time restricted eating, is a recognized evidence-based term now for 6 to 10 hours of eating window every day, with unrestricted caloric intake in that eating window. And since 2013, there are 40 plus RCTs in the TREs which have been published in human literature. But most of them are small. The N is less than 50. They are not randomized. Professor, our chairperson will recognize they are of very short duration, 8 to 12 weeks. And therefore, this is really, all they say is they reduce caloric intake by maybe 5 to 20%. And they have modest weight loss of around 3 to 5%. That's all they do. So human trials from 23 have really not been eloquent, well-designed, and with BMIs more than 25. And most of them showed small weight loss, and they were really not high impact. And it all linked everything to caloric restriction, with or without time-restricted eating. So the weight loss, the fat muscle loss, the improvement of metabolic measures, they were all linked to caloric restriction. And, the current trials which came out in high-impact journals from 2018, 21, 22, 2000, including some impact journals like NEGM, they were all linked to, different centers. Mainly 3 centers published some very good data. One was the Southern Medical University in China, the UCSF, and the University of Minnesota. And one came in obesity in April 2020, the other one was in JAMA, and the third one was the April 2022 NEGM paper. And all the 3 of them had a very simple background, that if you eat less, that's what matters in this space. So, the background conclusion Lisa put out, and this was at the ADA, and I picked up the slides, and she was kind enough to, loan her slides out to me, that the background was people eat all the time. The results depend on how the study is designed. The best way to recognize human studies, and we need to do more evidence-based from the young group, the young India, which is there right at the back, listening, that look at just 24-hour dietary recall coupled with daily monitoring of compliance of the eating window, and then put some standard metrics to measure it. The next part is related to the circadian clock. And this is a basic scientist. Again, the Indian basic scientist is going to follow me. And, we need to do temporal fine-tuning for metabolism. And we need to look at physiological effects of time-restricted intervention. And then we need to look at the molecular effects of that time-restricted intervention. So we all know this fact from physiology that plants were kept in light and dark areas. The leaves remained light and opened up, and in dark they get closed. And he speculated that, looking at plants, we can look at different physiological processes periodic during the day. And the best illustrations for that are blood pressure and heart rate. And we all know they peak in early morning, and they recognize that they are the highest in the evenings, and the oscillations are very well known. And we know that when we get metabolic syndrome, and there's very good data published by Morris in PNAS in 2015 to show that there is a time disharmony, recognizing Professor Hallberg's work in 73 and 76. Clearly, we know the glucose excursions after breakfast and dinner, the glucose levels during dinner are higher, and we are more sensitive for our insulin during the daytime. And therefore, then we have this misaligned circadian circuit. And then if you lose sleep and you don't eat appropriately, we disorder our eating habits, which we do. And, whether it's shift workers or we are screen workers now, we are all digitally intoxicated human beings. We may not be intoxicated to alcohol and smoking, but the biggest intoxication human beings are having today is digital intoxication. I'm happy to be physical here. But we were on screen all the time, either your mobile phone or your screen of your computer or of your television screen. And clearly there is data now in human beings now, and of high impact to show that metabolic syndrome is coming out from time disharmony. And it's also exercise time. It's not just the food time. This is mice experiments, and my next speaker is going to show that data to you from India, that you can clearly see that the glucose levels are in the later the timing of exercise. You need to understand the meal timing, and time disharmony is well known. So eating on time during day is very important. In good light has benefits, but also remember exercising on time is equally beneficial. We clearly recognize that through time restricted feeding, you do get alteration of the biological clock, including the gene expression. And I don't want to go into details of these experiments for brevity of time, but clearly we recognize that the metabolites, the genes in muscle and serum have been very well studied. As metabolic doctors, we have 4 clocks. We have a beta cell clock in the pancreas. We have a liver clock, which is working 24/7. We have a muscle clock, which is there in the exercise. And we also have a fat clock. And these are the 4 metabolic organs, and all of them have their oscillators. And in time-restricted feeding studies, we are actually able to study these clock rhythms, plot the graphs, plot the area under the curve, and we can actually look which of these clocks are affected, which of these clocks are not affected. For example, what is preserved in time-restricted feeding is the skeletal muscle circadian clocks, and therefore exercise is always recognizable. And these clocks and metabolic processes are clearly rhythmic and recognized. So clearly we have reasonable evidence in human health now, not just animal health, that circadian clocks and food timing play a role in human health, and fuel rhythms and not clock rhythms. So clearly whatever data is available, time-restricted feeding does not alter skeletal muscle peripheral clocks. But we know that time-restricted feeding induces many rhythmic metabolites and skeletal muscle transcripts. And it's important to recognize that this will alter lipid and amino acids. So chronobiology has been known, and it has been known even centuries back. If you look at Ayurvedic literature, this is an Ayurvedic literature chart, where they have recognized and mapped as per timing earth, fire, water, wood, metal, energy, various organs of our body, and the timetable of it. So it's not that it's something, it's not rocket science in the current evidence-based era. In the old science era of the pulse nadi pariksha, it has been very well documented, and they have all the three pittas, kapha, vata, pitta, in the Ayurvedic literature. And actually now we can chronoplot that. We can actually have a chronocardiogram and the different peripheral organ clock frequency and actually look at the FFT plots and actually map heart rate variabilities. And that's best recognized in blood pressure. And in blood pressure, we know that if there is a non-dipper, which means you don't have a nocturnal fall of blood pressure, you get target organ damage and cardiovascular risk. If you get a morning surge which is exaggerated, you will get myocardial infarction, stroke, sudden cardiac death and ischemic episodes. We know that so well. And the more is the blood pressure variability, more is the harm, and we can actually map it by 24-hour blood pressure monitoring. So it's recognizable. And we have different types of blood pressure variability. We can do beat to beat, very short term. We can do 24 hours. We can do day to day. We can do visit to visit. And each one can give us a lot of inputs and outputs. And therefore, we recognize that in the cardiovascular world. In the metabolism world also, we recognize that the various circadian systems cause malalignment and misalignments of the central and the peripheral clock based on the amount of light we are exposed, the sleep which we do during the daytime, and the food intake which we do at night. So the three harmful things are: don't have excess light at night, don't sleep too much during the daytime, and don't consume food at night. Those are the three simple take-home messages, and these intersections and connections in chronobiology are recognized better. My final 5-7 minutes are going to be spent on sleep chronotypes and what are the current recommendations. Because in September in Stockholm, and many of us were there, the ADA and ESD completely changed their guidance on lifestyle. And they are trying to push different countries across all planets to recognize them. We know sleep is necessary. Because clearly we recognize the tissue perfusion of the brain. If you are awake more and more, there will be reduced interstitial space, restricted CSF flow, and excessive negative metabolites. So that's the easiest version of this. This is a very old science paper in 2013 by Hossel et al. And sleep is housekeeper of the brain. And 93% of Indians are sleep deprived. And there's very good data published in the biological world on the human transcriptome that if you restrict sleep and sleep less than 5 hours, you will have challenges of biological health. And that has also been described in our literature. Our traditional literature, ancient literature, also has these sayings in Sanskrit. And we clearly recognize that all this was already said, but now we need to redo that in the evidence-based way. So we can actually map sleep. We need to recognize, there are so many apps, we can recognize that. We have questionnaires, we have apps, we can recognize and map sleep structure. And then, of course, we have the clock regulator, the melatonin. And we all know about melatonin. I don't want to get into details because my next speaker is going to talk about it. But it's nothing but tryptophan, which is modulated into melatonin. And it has extraordinary effects from immunology to biology. And we know that we need to see the food sources of melatonin. For example, cherries, cocoa. Dark chocolates, more than 70% for people who love chocolates. I have patients, I'm a clinician, though I do 30% of my work for research. Clearly, they love that. So those are the sources of melatonin. You have ginger, we have bananas, which have a lot of melatonin. You don't need it from pharmaceutical sources. We have so many cereals, which have, including the wheats, the oats, the corns, the barleys, the peanut butters, the walnuts, almonds, the pistachios, the vegetables, the spices, the herb, the green teas of the world. The simple advice at night is light emitted by telephone and television screens shuts off your pineal gland and makes impossible to make melatonin. And our next speaker will have experiments to show that. And it's found that the red light is the least effect on melatonin. So if you want to have a bedroom light, have a red light in your bedroom. That's another take-home message for the day. That's something which we need to recognize. And at night, we should avoid all stimulants like coffee, tea, colas. They're all harmful to substances. And, it's clearly we know that these colas kill. And so do fast foods, both Indian and, but light dinner, early dinner is very, very important for recognizing that. Sleep hygiene is so important. We don't discuss it. But if you want to do chronobiology, it's all about sleep hygiene. 6 hours of sleep, maintaining a good wake-sleep timing, wear loose clothes, take a bath before sleep is a good idea, have quiet, dark environment, listen to music, and do some pre-soothing times, avoid enforcement of sleep or all alcohol, nicotine, coffees, the red lights, and the stop using electronic devices, whether they are mobiles, games, laptops, and avoid heavy dinners or junk food. Yoga is great. All asanas, there is very elegant piece coming out from Bengaluru, from Mumbai, from Delhi on yoga now. And there are so many yoga asanas, and anyone wants this slide, just mail them to me. I'll be happy to do that. You can get good sleep. And there are very good superfoods for sleep. Whether it's soya bean, milk, walnut, salmon, tart cherry, yogurt, spinach, legumes, chicken, lentils, oats, herbal teas with valerian and lavender, and avoid all these chocolates. The dark ones you can occasionally have, spicy foods and fatty foods, alcohol, midnight snacks, coffee, and of course, try to ensure that listen to some music. Be happy. I loved our maternal expert telling that it's important to have people to be happy, and you need to live long to reset your clock. So finally, the final point which I want to talk, and I'm mindful of time, is chronotypes. There are this whole internet flooded of chronotypes. What type of a sleeper are you? Are you the owl? Are you the lion, the dolphin, the bear? Because there are different types of people. Some people wake up early, they get tired, and they have early evening. They have peak productivity hours in the morning. They are the lions. Then you have the dolphins, the light sleepers. These are the chronotypes. They have trouble sleeping at night, mid-morning to early afternoon. Then you have the bears, and then you have the others. And now they recognize 6 chronotypes. But sleep has now got into our guidance. I am a metabolic physician. I treat people with diabetes and endocrinology. And clearly now we recognize that in the guidance now, we say that do not sleep more than 8 hours or less than 6 hours. At least if you are having type 2 diabetes. There's some evidence based to that. Irregular sleep results in poor glucose control. And, will have obstructive sleep apnea and restless leg syndrome. And the chronotype is important. An evening chronotype, which is a night owler, going to bed late, getting up late, is more susceptible to cardiometabolic events. So that data is universal. The level of evidence is A. And therefore, that much we know. Whether an early chronotype is useful, we don't know. But one thing is very clear-cut, that they have recommended that if you are a morning chronotype, like an early bird, go bed too early, go get up early, probably it may be from a metabolic standpoint, from type 2 diabetes standpoint, there's data. So finally, in the recommendations, we have the 5 S's, which were put out at Stockholm, which I was alluding to, and including the Indian associations, RSSDI, some of which I have led, have now recognized as the 5 S's. The sitting is the next smoking, sweating, stepping, sleeping, and strengthening. And all the 5 S's are very much there. These full text slides are available on their websites. If anybody wants these slides, just pick them up from me. So limit sitting. Prolonged sitting for every 30 minutes is disastrous and deleterious to her. 30 minutes of brisk walk is good enough to improve metabolic profiles. However, recognize that if you are a type 2 diabetic and if you are frail and elderly, don't push yourself hard, because then it could be deleterious to health. And before you recommend physical activity, get a cardiovascular evaluation done. We see so many celebrity deaths now happening because they have unrecognized hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or they have sleep apnea syndrome at night, they have heart rate variability, and they are into their gyms and dropping dead, and people get scared of it. Stepping is being recognized now. We have data, again level A, 5 to 6 minutes of brisk intensity walk per day equates to 4 years of greater life expectancy. And only if you have addition of 500 steps per day, there's 2 to 9% decrease in cardiovascular morbidity and all-cause mortality. So this is all based on science and evidence base. And I'm talking of human science only. And finally, you have muscle strengthening. We are sarcopenic Indians. We have less muscles. But sleep has, and chronotype and chronomedicine has entered here. And try to be a morning chronotype and not a late chronotype. These are my last slides, sir. It's important that we recognize that we do digital detox. We need to eat less. We need to eat on time. I am a barrier between you and food today. I recognize that. Okay. But you can eat less, I was not very pleased to see the type of food which was served here, both at breakfast and lunch. Okay, it was reasonably, atherogenic and diabetogenic. So I wish that you all eat less and taste and share it with others. You can still have it and you can do physical activity. So at least those two things you're doing. And eat in the morning and let's not have dinners. Eat right, walk more or move more, sleep well and sleep on time. And that 7 hours of sleep between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. has some chronobiological science into it. 2 hours of digital detox is something which I want to give everybody as a take-home message. If we say 2 hours, at least 1 hour they'll do it. Because we are all digitally intoxicated. And that's something which we need to recognize. And I just want to stop here. Because I thought that if I overload you with too much of science, it would be deleterious to everybody's health and hunger pangs. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for a very, very interesting and informative talk. I think Dr. Sachdev
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. I think you have brought the focus back to whatever ancient practices we were adopting. Most of it was written there, and it is now we are creating science and evidence to look that. I wonder why we get enamored so much fascinated by drugs and the other things, and I particularly like the section about the natural melatonin that you can have. So I'm afraid we won't have time for the second speaker slides for which you said you will be taking, and maybe we will take a couple of pressing questions if they are here, so that we can, after that we'll go to the next speaker. Any questions, any clarifications for this fascinating piece of presentation and science that has been presented? Yes, please. Do you have the mic with you?
So we should not go to the mics. The speaker should come to the microphone. So you can do some physical activity there.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Thank you. So it was a great presentation because I am in awe of circadian rhythm, which is connection between sun and us, so the biological clock. So one thing, sir, so it is related to Ayurvedic nutrition. So Ayurveda, it speaks a lot about Ayurveda, right? So we are onto the medical side of things, the allopathic side of things. So whenever we speak of Ayurveda, is there a thin line between what we are doing here in what we are doing in ICMR and what they are doing in old times?
So you are asking a question, and what sir was also alluding to. See, in ancient literature, everything was documented, and it was transcribed in a language we didn't understand called Sanskrit, and then it was lost and was made as a grandma's habit. And then we became agrarian. We never had chairs till 200 years back. Only there were thrones for kings and queens. Everybody else used to be there, and our grandmas used to, be doing the floor grinding themselves. So we were agrarian. We have to put science to the old scriptures and use those practices. What has Sir done on his lifetime? Maybe last 30 years he has published work on what was known on simple questions. But we need to do that evidence base, at least in the modern era. Because the modern era, they have a tunnel of that evidence-based medicine. It's not, but probably most of the ancient practices were true and recognized. But unfortunately, we have become very sedentary. Okay, and that sedentarism has actually killed us, and we are eating too much and not appropriately. So those are the two simple things. So I recognize Ayurvedic literature may have some scientific healthy eating and physical activity practices. We just need to recognize them and put them through an RCT window so that we can get their due recognition. So I must say, and I was a little fast on my slides because of mindful of my time, that yoga and tai chi both have got recognized with a level E evidence in this current guidance of AD and ESD, which is simultaneously published in two publications, their official journals. So at least they are getting up there on the level of evidence. So we need to up the level of yoga for a level A evidence, and that's possible. We just need to generate more RCTs and science to do that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, one more thing. About body types of Vata, Pitta and Kapha.
I don't think you can discuss with them. a short comment, question.
सर मराठीत म्हणायचं तर अप्रतिम एक टॉपिक इथे पुटअप केलेला आहे. सो थैंक यू फॉर दैट. एंड द क्वेश्चन विच आई वांटेड टू आस्क इज योग शास्त्र में इट इज ऑलरेडी नोन दैट एक वेळ जेवणं म्हणजे 1 टाइम 2 टाइम आणि 3 टाइम. तर मग पहिलावाला योगी, सेकंडवाला म्हणजे भोगी आणि तिसरावाला म्हणजे रोगी. सो दिस इज द 3 क्लासिफिकेशन विच दे हॅव गिवन. आणि ते लोक योगिक कल्चर दे स्लीप फॉर लेस देन 6 hours. For all the spiritual leaders who are practicing these things these days, they are saying that you sleep for less than 6 hours. So I just wanted you to comment.
So this is where the evidence base differs with practice. I'm happy that you asked this question.
Thank you, sir.
So as far as that sleep recommendation goes, there's a no, because you need to sleep for those time, at least if you have type 2 diabetes. That data is available. In human health, that data is not available. That's number one. Let me be very evidence-based about it. Number two, you are right. A single meal, 2 meals or 3 meals. 3 meals is like equal to disease. That's correct. Have 2 meals. Okay, but ideally have large breakfast, moderate lunch, light dinner, or no dinner. That's the current science on human health.
Thank you. I think I am being pressed.
I can understand
by
it.
The organizer, I left 2 of you. Please contact Dr. Joshi directly, and
Thank
he
you.
would be happy to answer. Now, thank you so much, Dr. Joshi. Now we move on to the last presentation of this section by Dr. Ranjit Singh Devkar on melatonin-mediated remedial shifts in high-fat diet-induced experimental chronodisruption and behavioral perturbations. He is from the Chronobiology and Metabolic Endocrinology Lab, Department of Zoology, Faculty of Science, the Maharaja Sayaji Roy University of Baroda, Vadodara, India. And Dr. Devkar, I intend no disrespect to you, but I have to leave to catch my flight, and Madam will be taking care.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to have made.
Thank you, sir. It's indeed a pleasure of having sharing the dais with you, sir. Thank you. Honorable Chair, Madam, Dr. Sachdeva, who just left. At the very onset, I thank Dr. Professor Lakshmaya for inviting me and the Nutritional Society for India of India for inviting me to deliver this talk, which is melatonin-mediated remedial shifts in high-fat diet-induced experimental chronodisruption and behavioral perturbations. Well, I will start my talk with a thanks to Dr. Joshi, who has wonderfully narrated the entire concept of circadian biology and chronodisruption. That makes my task simpler, and it's much easier for me to show my data. Quickly, I will try to showcase whatever research is going on in my lab, and then I will try to put my points in the available time. I am talking here about the melatonin, obviously given exogenously, and at the same time, there is a diet-induced chronodisruption, and there is something totally different I'm going to talk about, and those are the behavioral shifts. This has already been discussed, where the pineal gland secretes melatonin, is the principal source of melatonin in the human body, and there are melatonin receptors, and based upon the age, as the age progresses, it has been, in the case of humans, proved that the amount of melatonin outputs gradually decrease. Exogenous melatonin as a therapy has already been tried, albeit with some reservations. Just now, one madam sitting there had made a comment about the ancient this thing. I'll go a step beyond the Indian culture. There are evidences from the Mesopotamia as well as the Egyptian civilizations where the sun god has been worshipped, and the circadian rhythms have been acknowledged of having physiological implications. So, going to the molecular part of it, it's called as the circadian clock, and the molecular mechanism has actually got to do with the gene which is called as the BMAL1 gene, and the other gene is the clock gene. So the oscillations of BMAL and clock are called as the core clock oscillations, And then there are the peripheral clocks, which Dr. Joshi was referring to, which are the PER, CRY, and the reverb alpha. These are the three genes which are called as the peripheral clocks. Now, just as you have the central control in the brain, there are controls at the tissue level also. The tissue of my interest, at least that I am showcasing here, is liver. So what I am trying to tell about is a disease which all the nutritionists are very aware of, is the NAFLD or the NAFLD or NASH. It's all called as the non-alcoholic fatty liver disease or non-alcoholic steatohepatitis, and it is a silent killer with the first and the second is hypothesis, where initially there is a buildup of inflammatory changes followed by the changes in the serum profile, and then in the second hit the mitochondria takes a beating and the mitochondrial functions are affected. All in all, the therapy that is trying to target right now is actually focused at the mitochondrial function. Somehow, if we are able to keep the mitochondria alive and ticking, we might be able to prevent the cell death. If a cell does not die, the organ does not die, and if the organ is surviving, the organism also will continue to survive. So, the experiment that we usually do in my lab to generate a prima facie evidence is we take the liver cells, treat them with oleic acid, and then they become fatty. And then in that case, we try to see what are the effects on the clock gene oscillations. As you can see here, there is this BMAL1 gene, the clock gene, the PER2 and the CRY2 gene, where the oscillations have been shown. What I want you to focus over here is, the experiment was conducted for the cells in culture with or without presence of melatonin in the culture media, so as to see whether exogenous melatonin is having any corrective changes. Well, what we observed was, first of all, let me just tell you how do I read this. You can see that there is a peak at a particular time that we call as an oscillation. That is a positive swing. Now, whenever there is a disruption, which I call as the chrono disruption, there is either flattening of the peak or the peak shifts from its. So the oscillation, the peak is at some other time, which is undesired. So can exogenous melatonin make some corrective change, is what I am trying to see. So this is a statistical way, which is called as the Cirque wave analysis, which was employed for drawing conclusions on the same. And the tissue-specific timekeeping was studied in the mice model, the C57BL6 mice model, where the animal was fed with a high-fat diet, which was purely 3% cholesterol added in the normal laboratory chow, and fructose was given through water. So it was more of a double whammy, high-fat and high-fructose diet. Now this protocol is established and known to cause fatty liver. So at the 16th week, it causes NASH. Along with that, I did something very different. That was a photoperiod-induced chrono disruption. What I did was that the animals were subjected to a phase advance of the photoperiodic regime, where the day started for them early. And on other 3 days, the day started late. So there was a shift in the photoperiod. Now this caused a chrono disruption, which was confirmed by the oscillations of the clock genes. Then I combined both the experimental schedules, where the animals were given a high-fat, high-fructose diet and subjected to chrono disruption. This is somewhat mimicking the shift jobs, you can say, or the transcontinental travel, where a person is forced to sit at one place and is consuming high-calorie diet. This was the experimental regime that had followed, and at the end of the experiment, it clearly indicated presence of visceral adiposity, and look at the color of liver, which clearly indicates that there is fattening. Needless to say that I have not brought too much of data, otherwise the core would have got the what message would have got diverted. The histology showed fatty deposition and fatty adipocytes. The lipid profile also was elevated, where the TG and the LDL cholesterols were high, HDL was low. The BMAL knockdown mice show loss of glucoregulation due to lack of insulin production is something that is known. What I found was that the BMAL was showing a shift as a result of the high-fat, high-fructose diet treatment. Exogenous melatonin was able to improve slightly but not completely. Now this actually provided a sort of an impetus for conducting a detailed study. So my student, my PhD student, continued this work and later on generated extensive amount of data which was in the form of melatonin-induced reprogramming of the circadian clock genes. This evidence was first of its kind. Well, obviously these are the representative Western blot images without which only the transcriptome does not provide 100% validity. These are the Western blot images quantified and confirming that there is a shift in the circadian clock patterns, and the clock oscillations are corrected as a result of exogenous melatonin. Same thing confirmed by the circ wave analysis. Now at this point, I published this in FASIP, and I was very happy that my study was very well concluded and met a happy ending. My student got the PhD, but one of my another student had recorded this for me. He said, "Sir, आप free हो तो जरा animal house आ जाइए, there is some problem." वो treatment वाले जो mice है ना, they are all walking upside down. I said, God, what this happened? Now what is this new thing that has come in? So I guess there is some neurobehavioral perturbation that has taken place as a result of a combination of a high-fat, high-fructose diet along with the chrono-disruption protocol. So I told my student to, sacrifice the animal, take the brain, and the hippocampal region in the brain, if you remember your basic science, is responsible for regulating the behavior of an animal. And there is a pathway which is called as the BDNF-TRKB pathway. It's a basic pathway that regulates majority of the behavioral patterns like the depression, anxiety, etc., etc. So this BDNF-TRKB pathway actually showed a change. It showed clearly that there is a change, there is a shift as a result of, so these are the genes, BDNF gene, TRKB gene, SYN1, PSD95, NT3 and NT4, which is responsible for the myelination as well. So this all confirmed that a detailed investigation has to be done. The Western blot analysis also showed that there is a change, but a data is more interesting and acceptable readily when I show an actual evidence. So I said, well, let's go in for the behavioral experiments. Now quickly I'll tell you, these behavioral experiments actually are measuring anxiety. This is called as the elevated plus maze on the side, and the other one is the whole board test. When the mice is placed on it, the elevated plus maze has got one arm which is the closed arm, that is it's having raised edges. So if the mice is anxious, it will be more in those closed edges, whereas the other one is the open arm. If the mice is okay, it will be exploring evenly on both the sides. Similarly, the whole board test, there will be more of head dipping, which is a natural behavior. So there is these are these UV beams that will be cut every time it's dipping. So less number of dippings indicates, more number of dippings indicates the mice is more anxious. So these are the time spent and the number of entries in the open arm indicative that there is a problem, the anxiety levels are affected. Well, the other side is the melatonin-treated mice, that they were doing slightly better when it comes to the anxiety tests. Then there is marble burying test. The anxious mice will bury more number of marbles. Okay, it's a very simple test, but very effective to show. Another one was the Morris water maze test, which is the neurobiologists consider as a gold standard, right? Where there is a platform which is kept in the quadrant which is indicated by a black dot. The mice are trained and the platform is actually hidden. So the mice actually searches and gets onto the platform quickly. The animal is tracked. The movement of the animal is tracked by the Animaze software, and the tracking images have been shown below. Here you can see that the high-fat diet, high-fat, high-fructose diet, the mice actually spend more time elsewhere and not in the quadrant where the platform was there. Whereas giving melatonin actually improved, it was pretty much everywhere, including the quadrant where it should be getting in. Then the test for depression was the forced swim test. The animal which is depressed or suspended by the tail, it will just give up. It won't struggle at all. Okay, so there was an impression, there was an improvement in that as well. So overall, the take-home message that I could get from these behavioral tests was that exogenous melatonin could improve the anxiety levels to a certain extent, but the depression component, it did not do much good, you know. Another thing was that I had tried out evening injections of melatonin. Melatonin was intraperitoneally injected. It was 10 mg per kg of body weight, and it was daily injections, and the injections were started sometime after 9th or 10th week. Okay, at the end of 9th week, from the 10th week onwards till the end of the experimental period. So there are many unanswered questions. What if I had started melatonin co-supplementation? What if I had started melatonin much later? There was no point in giving morning and evening injections of melatonin because that is known. Okay, that only the evening injections are effective in the rodent model. Don't ask me what will be in the case of humans because I am not a clinician. So yeah, so this is the scenario where what I am trying to tell is that chrono disruption and chrono nutrition actually is a very big thing, and Dr. Joshi has very nicely, elaborately given a complete idea of how is the way forward. A few things, few points which I would like to draw to your attention to is, number one, if an individual, let's accept one thing. There is no test available for circadian desynchrony in humans even today. If I have to test it for a mice, I have to go in for the complicated molecular biology studies. Can we develop a test kit which can test the circadian desynchrony? Just a food for thought. Another one is, can there be a corrective change made by exogenously administering certain dietary supplements, certain medicinal supplements, which can correct the biological clock? If the biological clock is set right, a lot of the cascade which follows otherwise can be set right as well. So these are the two things which I want to tell. The second one especially is very important because it's very easy said than done. That one has to get up in the morning, have a heavy breakfast, no dinner, no partying, but doesn't happen. In the daily life, you have deadlines, you have to, if I have to do circadian biology study, I have to stay up at night in my lab, and otherwise I will not get the oscillation data. So our job, our work does not permit us to go beyond that. So this take-home message is that reprogramming of the circadian clock oscillations and experimental model of lifestyle disorder is improving the neurobehavioral perturbations. A couple of interesting observations that I want to draw your attention to is a diet-induced or a photoperiod-induced change in the circadian clock not only affects liver and metabolic function, but also the behavior. So a lot of the people who are subjected, who are forced to lead a lifestyle which is otherwise skewed in terms of timekeeping or eating habits, needless to say, will have behavioral perturbations as well. This is my lab. Ali has done extensive amount of work in this. Majority of the work was done by a postdoc in University of Michigan, my former PhD student, Kapil Upadhyay. Apeksha Joshi at the base, that's her publication in FASEB as the first author. So those are the alumni. These are the currently working students. One is a Lady Tata Fellow. The other one is just got an ICMR SRF. And I thank the funding agencies, ICMR, the DBT for funding the projects, SERB. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all.
Thank you very much, Doctor. One or two quick questions. We are really running half an hour behind time.
I think, madam, I was on time. Yeah.
So, well, very interesting study. I have quick question to ask that. You said that melatonin didn't do anything on depression, but these models were all high fructose, high glucose diet,
Correct.
high fat, high fructose diet.
Correct.
Do you expect depression to be existing in this kind of mice models at all? The question is that why were you at all looking at any influence of melatonin on depression or anything? Was that a phenotype that you observed at the beginning?
The literature survey that I had done actually implied towards the behavior that was seen in the caged mice. The cage side observations actually implied towards a depression, anxiety, lack of cognition like behavioral symptoms. So, if there is depression, there cannot be anxiety. So,
that's the
because they are opposite to each other. But then there can be a phase of depression followed by a phase of anxiety in the animal model, which so the exact window when the readings are taken is very important. We had tried our best to have the same time slot for recording the recording the behavioral experiments. But generally it so happens, sir, that the battery of behavioral patterns in the case of rodent models, all of them are studied. Right. What I have not shown over here are the locomotor deficits.
I have actually a wild thought or a suggestion. See, monitoring several of these hormones and other things in the body on a continuous basis is essential for us to understand better about the circadian rhythms.
Correct.
So we already have a platform of the continuous glucose monitor, which you just fix it on the hand and 24 hours you can monitor.
Correct.
On the same kind of a platform, with a little bit of ingenuity, we can actually make these other things also to be monitored, isn't it?
Very true, sir.
Shank is also here, maybe he can respond.
Yes, sir. Very true. Very true, and I will add something to that. That right now we are trying to establish a complete metabolomic profile of these animals, which have been these rodent models, which have been studied herein. Simultaneously, if any medico, a clinician, who can develop a metabolome profile of healthy individuals, not diabetic, not having high blood pressure, healthy individuals just undergoing or just doing a job which is a shift job. So I think that will be the best chance of getting a marker, or finding a marker, discovering a marker for coronal disruption.
Right. Thank you very much for.
I'm sorry, only one question, madam.
Oh, okay.
One question. I want to know what is the role of sleeping tablets on all these parameters. There are a number of people who are taking sleeping tablets, particularly alprazolam. What is its role?
Yes, madam. Actually, different sleeping pills have a different mechanism. Mostly, if I put it very simply, those are disrupting the normal biological pathways. Like even a pain relief is like you are suppressing. Those are the you are suppressing inflammation, right? So you are just severing the inflammatory pathway. So in case of induced sleep, it is disrupting the pathway and the person is put off to sleep. That is not natural way a sleeping awakefulness cycle works in case of humans. And just a word of caution, in the case of mice, it is exactly the opposite. Mice are nocturnal, human beings are diurnal. And that is the reason, whatever behavioral data that I have shown, it's actually the nocturnal data. Because that is the time when they are active. The diurnal data is also done by people. I have also done both of them, and I have found the nocturnal data most interesting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What's the next?
Now I request our chair, Dr. M.S. Bamji, to present a memento to Dr. Ranjit Singh Devkar. also request Dr. Chandrak to come upon to the dais to receive memento on behalf of Dr. Shashank R. Joshi. I request Dr. Vanisha to come upon the stage to take the memento on behalf of Dr. Shashank R. Joshi. Now, I request Dr. Vanisha to take the memento on behalf of Dr. Tripathi Kamlakar. We have concluded the session for the morning. I request you all to join us for lunch. Thank you.
Yes. So there is a concluding session at 2:30. Please come all of you at 2:30. Concluding session will be there.
Good afternoon. We've all convened on the dais to conclude this very eventful 54th Annual National Conference of Nutrition Society of India. I hope you all had fun, lots of fun, and lots of science. So what are you taking back? The memories of science or fun or both? That's really good. Thank you all for being amazing participants. And right from day one till now, the hall has been full, always. And big round of applause to all the participants. And it is my pleasure to invite Secretary Dr. Lakshmaya to give us an overview of the conference now, before we move into the prize distribution ceremony and others. We'll have to wait for that a bit. Now, I'll invite Dr. Lakshmaya to please. Okay, Dr. Hemlata, the President, wants to say a few words.
Before we actually move on to the concluding session, I would like to tell Dr. Lakshmaya, who has been the brain behind all this, whatever happened for the past 2 days, and he has been working for this for the last 3 months, and he has a big team behind him, and he is retiring this month end. Hold your breath. And we are supposed to hold another conference at much bigger scale than this next year in 2023. So I'm wondering how we are going to do when he's not around. Of course, he will be available, but still not in official capacity from NIN. So I'm taking this opportunity to felicitate him. And any of you, if you have association and if you feel like telling some remarks about Dr. Lakshmaya, you're welcome. But before that, let us felicitate him. Shikaran to come on to this. Lakshmaya has done MBBS and MD. And how do you know, how did he join this MBBS? Do you know? Once from his school, when he was in 9th or 10th, he was always a topper, I believe, right from 1st class to 10th class. And during his 9th or 10th tenure, his class teachers took him to a tour. And that tour happened to be a medical college visit. See how important it is for teachers when they take us to tours and important places like this. That changed his mind. When he visited that medical college, he was awed about that facility. How even such a big college can exist on this land, because he had never seen such a college in his life. He used to see only maybe small colleges and small classroom facilities. And after seeing that college, he determined, I have to study here. With that aim in mind, he completed his 10th, he completed intermediate, and successfully got a seat in that same medical college and completed that also. And he went on to do public health nutrition. And after that, he joined NIN. And believe it, for the last 30 years, he has been contributing immensely towards this NNMB survey, urban survey, rural survey, tribal survey. Not alone, of course, the whole public health department. Dr. Brahmam is there under his leadership, and earlier other leaders also were there. Then Dr. Arlappa, a big team is there, but Lakshmaya has contributed very, very significantly in this NNMB surveys, all the three, tribal, rural, and urban areas. And they wouldn't see whether it is holiday or a working day. They wouldn't look for the facility, whether we have a facility, good facility to stay there or not. All they would know is if there is a requirement to conduct survey, they have to move, that's all. After going there, they'll look for facilities and other things and all for their own personal thing. So that kind of commitment and dedication the whole team member had, and Lakshmaya, I mean, is going to be not there with NIN, but then I already shared with you yesterday in my Sri Kantaya Memorial Award lecture. The last slide was about that survey. NNMB is going to be started very, very soon, of course, under a different banner, that is biomarkers, DAP study, diet and biomarkers survey in India, because along with 24-hour dietary recall, we are also going to do blood biomarkers, that to venous blood hemoglobins, along with cooked food, macro and micronutrients also. See, we do not have data on cooked food macro micronutrients values. So this survey is going to be conducted at a large scale, that to all the states in India, and we very much need leadership like Dr. Lakshmaya. So I spoke to the DG, and hopefully he will try to accommodate him in a chair position or some other capacity wherein he can continue to work with us. Thank you. Sir, your remarks?
You may be surprised to note that complete COVID operation from January 19 till date, he is the leader for all COVID operations. You have to give a very big clap, because COVID Baba ki seva mein he was very busy.
I think that makes sense. Now that Lakshmaya is retiring, COVID is already knocking the door. Now, it's actually I would say it's a nice way of retiring Dr. Lakshmaya after this conference. And I still recall, I don't know whether you know, there used to be a famous cricket commentator called Vijay Merchant. So he used to refer about cricketers retiring. He will say, you should not wait till the time people ask, when will this fellow retire? But you should retire at a time when people say, why did he retire? So I think we are now saying that Lakshmaya, this institute will lose a good community medicine person, and and he has come up the very hard way. I will tell you how hard he has come. His boss was Dr. Brahmam, who was sitting there. And Dr. Brahmam used to scold him left, right, and center every now and then. Lakshmaya once came and said, sir, actually he scolds me a lot. I said, every scolding of yours, consider it as a learning experience. And exactly what happened. So every time he scolded, that means he made some mistake and then he learned by that. And that is how he became a very efficient public health person. And Lakshmaya was also very perseverant. See, I think after he's doing his coming here, and I think you did your master's in nutrition here. And then he went to Sri Chitra and did his master's in public health. And he was thinking that the ICMR would recognize that 2 master's degrees for his future career. But unfortunately, they said, no, that master's is not as good as a doctorate. Then he didn't give up then. He then registered again under the medical university, and I was his research guide, and he got his PhD. And that is how he built up his career, and at every step he had difficulty, but he overcame everything. And as Dinesh mentioned, during the recent years of the COVID pandemic, and he had supported Dr. Hemlata and many of the challenges which came in terms of the various surveys they had to do and the amount of field work. And as she said, field work is a very difficult thing to do. For many of us, we are lab people. We never stirred out of our air-conditioned rooms. We did all our work. But they were always out in the open, whether sun or shine or rain, they were always doing their work. And Lakshmaya is now known right from all the highest government circles also, even Niti Aayog or the Health Ministry or ICMR, as a person you have to turn to look for any data in case you want to do any policy measures. So Lakshmi, I'm very happy that you are leaving at a time after organizing this conference. No, very happy that you're leaving at a moment when you have done this wonderful conference, and not many of us will silently exit, but you are exiting with a bang. And I think that's a good way to do it, and all of us do retire at some stage or the other. That is part of life. And I wish you all the best, and I hope Dr. Hemlata will make use of you, or the government itself will make use of you in some capacity or the other. And I'm sure you have at least another 10, 15 more years of active service to the country, and wish you all the best. And now is the time for you to also spend time with your family. So good wishes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
At NIN, we have a very good teamwork. So during the pandemic, when all the institutes were locked, all of you were sitting at home, NIN was very active. Round the clock, 24/7 we were working. Some teams were working even on Saturdays and Sundays. In the lab, we used to manage the lab materials. And survey teams used to go to, what is that area called? Lockdown area. Lockdown area, no, red areas and all used to be there. You would go there and collect the samples and survey under the leadership of Dr. Lakshmaya. So whole institute got involved in the COVID activity. Similarly, in the DAP survey also, because of the scale, whole institute is going to get involved. So that kind of teamwork is there in NIN, and I'm very happy and feel very blessed to have that team. Thank you very much. I shared my personal thing from NIN. I'm sorry taking your time.
That's an amazing journey. I know, I mean, with Dr. Lakshmi, if time permits for 1 minute. We used to, when I joined young in the institute, and then probably my first collaboration with Dr. Lakshmi was on childhood obesity, and the intervention was education and communication. And that's when we got into the picture, and Dr. Lakshmi was very happy to accommodate the qualitative component in which I specialize in the study, and then we really got some nice publications out of it. And after that, we became good friends. He never showed that, hierarchy level or any time. We could walk into his room anytime, and over unending cups of tea after office hours, we used to just barge into his room. We used to have a group of Dr. Sudarshan, Vishnu, and myself. We used to just walk into his room and ask for a cup of tea, and then he would somehow manage someone to get tea for us. And then over those cups of tea, we discussed and learned so much from him. And every bit, in bits and pieces, his long journey to success. And that is always a story that I narrate to my son about how he came up the hard way. Thank you, Dr. Lakshmaya, for being so inspirational to so many people. And now I invite you to give your comments first, and then the report. Up to you. Up to you.
Good afternoon, all of you. So I'm very sorry we are wasting your time with our personal things. But however, so I'm very thankful for present director and previous director, because I have worked more than 5 directors, under 5 directors, including Kamala Krishnasamy, including Vinodini Reddy, Shivakumar, so then Shashikaran, then in charge director Longwa and Polasa, then now after Polasa you, Hemalata, after Longwa. So sorry, Dr. Mohan Rao. Actually, several directors, because I have the longest period. So several directors changed, but I am here only. So in that context, because our director already said that, because this is because inspiration is very important. Anybody. So the inspirational things, 2-3 things happen in my life. One is, Madam already told, the one zoology lecturer, teacher. So he took me a tour, and then he showed me a Kakatiya Medical College, because Kakatiya Medical College was a very private college that time. So private college built by private people, then it was taken by the government. So that college is very beautiful and very renovated, a very new building, and even compared to Usmania and Gandhi, that is better college that time. So then I went there, and after seeing all infrastructure, their classroom and everything, even I doesn't know anything because we medicine and other things. So just seeing that college, I should, if I study higher studies, I should study this medical college only. So then onwards, I taken as a oath. So then onwards, even oath means it is just, you believe or not, I stopped eating on Saturday. That day onwards. Saturday, I eat only just snacks and other things. I don't eat rice and full meal. Now also, I am continuing from that day, from till today. So that is, I took the oath, that kind of oath I have taken. So, and then after completion of my MBBS, then I want to do PG. So PG, I wrote one, first once, then I got here Usmania Medical College Public Health. So then during my public health PG, so when Dr. Anjaneyulu was there, SPM professor, he was a very famous professor, very good administrator, and he got the project from ICMR and with the NIN collaboration. So in that, because I used to be very active there also, out of 8 PGs, and he used to me call and he used to give whatever work, because other people are service people, because there are service people little lazy and they don't do much work. So I am the fresher in that group. So then suddenly he said that why don't you go and work with NIN? So that during PG only. So he deputed 6 months to NIN to work Sanaj Wazir and their group that time. So I came here and I worked 6 months. I successfully. Another oath. Yeah, that's what I'm telling. That's what I'm telling. After seeing this institute, because this institute is a very world-class institute that time, but now other also come, because other government colleges and government institutions also come now. But that even during the 1990s, 92, this was the best institution. So then that time also I took oath. Should I work permanently, I should come here only. NIN. So then suddenly, after completion of my this project work, 6 months project work, suddenly one advertisement come. So the advertisement also, my colleagues, my fellow colleagues, they objected, why should you go that field work and other things, because it was NNMB. So the advertisement came for NNMB medical officer post. The medical officer post also not temporarily regular. It is only leave vacancy post. Only 3 months leave vacancy post. So then everybody objected. Why should you go? Why should you want to go leave vacancy post? That to Bangalore. So the interview, the Prahalad Rao and Vinod Reddy, they asked questions. Where you want to work? In India, wherever you go, I will go, I said. So you said wherever you go, then you go, only Bangalore is there. Then if you want to, you can go. We will give tomorrow orders. So that was the Dr. Vinod Reddy said. So then I took as a challenge. Okay, let us go. Even 3 months also, it will be a good experience working with ICMR and working with NIN. So I have gone there, Bangalore. So then by chance it is my luck, but after 3 months, that fellow resigned. Whoever is gone now. Whoever is gone on leave. So that fellow is resigned, and then I was permanently working there for more than 18 months and 9 months. So then luckily one permanent advertisement also came same time. And I came and here NIN on Saturday night, and I reached Monday I took leave, and I met Brahman. Brahman scolded Ulta Sida. Ulta Sida. No. How dare you, fellow? I worked 6 years and applied permanent post. You have not even completed 1 year. How dare you to apply permanent post? So that is his. You maybe remembered that. And then not only that application is thrown like this, because somebody should forward application. No? So and I'm not telling bad, but that is happened. But because of him only I learned so many things. So that was happened. So then I also, because I said, I already informed also, sir, I am applying only just for experience only. I am very sure 100% I don't get. That was I told. But fortunately, unfortunately, I was the first person in the list. As a research officer, I was selected. Out of 3 posts, I was the first person in that list. So everybody is surprised how this fellow coming as a permanent employee here. So these are the situations. And because even even another story is I was almost a child marriage. Child marriage means my wife is only 16 years. I was in MBBS, and before completion of MBBS, I have daughter also. So many responsibilities. So with this all responsibilities, I told my wife only one thing, because my job is field job. I may not be available in the house. Whatever you want to manage house, you have to manage. If you want scooter, we will buy scooter. We will train you scooter. If you want a car, we will train you car. Whatever you want, you have to manage every total caring of children and everything. So that was happen in the beginning itself. But Brahma and Vijayaraghavan also there. So even if we come to one survey, and only one day only left in the house, then next day also we have to travel some other district or state. So that was used to several projects, maybe half dozen or dozen projects were there that time. So my living in Hyderabad is only 10%, 20% in the field only. So because of that only, all corners of the India, I know many people, because everywhere I used to go there and meet people and get the survey, all these things. So even sometimes our director and myself both went. So somebody is asking, who is your director? Sometimes, so we are long back. So like that, many people know me. So like that it is happened. But unfortunately, so we have done whatever work is given by our seniors. And I have even promotions also. I got every promotion as usual, as per the time. So there is no problem for promotions and encouragement, especially all directors encouraged me. So thank you very much, because this is the not time to spend too much. And so thank you all directors and my colleagues and everybody helped me. And because of that, I am here. Thank you. Thank you very much. So coming to the business. So today's concluding session. So I'm happy to say that because as already Dr. Shashikaran also said that it is a very challenging task because arranging a physical meeting. We were dilemma. 6 months back itself, we were very dilemma whether we have to go physical meeting or whether we have to go or virtual or both. So then after 1 month we think, then we have taken a decision that definitely we have to go physical only, because if you go virtual, that fun will not come like this. So the even physical learning, even debate was also there, how physical and these things. So then we took a decision, and we have formed a different committee, but unfortunately we don't have much time after taking this decision. Only we left 3 months, 4 months. So then all the committee members we formed, and my colleagues wonderfully, each committee, they have done excellent work, and because of their dedication and excellent work and cooperation only, we could complete successfully this meeting. So now we are relieved some pressure and tension, because yesterday was very tense, and how it will happen and how it will successful. So I'm happy that. And another thing is no untoward incidents, because nobody fell sick and no casualties in the clinic. Clinic is empty. We kept all medical doctors, and everywhere some problems arises, they can take care. But happily, no one has gone to clinic, and any problem was not there. That is with this big group, we expected that some casualties. So I'm happy that no one has got any much problem. So another important thing is, so because everybody, so many people, even administration and even this computer section, IT section, everybody worked very well, and we could achieve this successfully. So if come to the registration, we got 990 registrations we got. This is the first time in the history of NSI. Because we used to get only 600, 700 registrations, and maybe spot registration another 100 or 2. So and another this VIP registrations, another 50 we have done. Total more than 1,000 and 1,050 registrations were there. And posters we got 365. It is a big number, 365. This is also a record number. We got posters 365. And then out of this, the oral presentations also, it is a good oral presentations, more than 34 presentations are there, oral presentation for young scientists and other things. So here the awards. Now we have 17 awards and 15 speakers. 15 speakers are there, and now we have worked with 16 conveners. We are also just giving some appreciation awards for 16 conveners, and EC members, 20 EC members are there. So now this is because even the scientific program also, most of the seniors and even other juniors and students also said that the scientific program is very sound and good. I don't know, but some people just discussed with me. They said that it is a very excellent program, educative, and lot of informative is there, and lot of new things also learned. This is the perceptions and the opinions of some of the people, because we are calling some few people to speak about the conference. So thank you giving this opportunity, and thank you very much.
Thank you all. In a while, we'll just move into the awards and prizes announcement ceremony. But before that, any quick feedback or responses from any of the participants? Please, if you want to say anything about the conference, about the way it is conducted, about the scientific component, or anything about the conference, you're welcome. Anyone in the hall? Please raise your hand. The mic will be sent to you. Like camera udhar. No, camera will be turned that side. The moment.
Hello. Hello. Chalo.
Okay. Yeah, we are able to hear you. Yes.
I am talking.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Shankar Rao, scientist from Botanical Survey of India. I had a good opportunity because that since last 20 years, 2 decades onwards, I wish to visit the NIN, but I didn't get an opportunity. Few students from NIN, research scholars, they used to come for plant authentication in my institutions. They spoke to me, sir, if you would have participated in the conference, you will get a lot of knowledge. Now I am knowing the scientific nutrition, because NIN is a general nutrition, that is a human nutrition, but I learned the scientific nutrition, and I interacted with so many students and research scholars and scientists, very friendly. Even madam, the director madam is also very friendly. So this is my perception, but that my point of view, this is not 100% success, it is a 200% success. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, please. Dr. Vanisha.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Professor Vanisha from MS University of Baroda. As it is so visible, it is beautifully planned, executed, implemented, monitored, and therefore the feedback is just excellent. Congratulations, and we are very thrilled to be back to NIN after the COVID, and I hope this era continues. Congratulations to you.
Dr. Kamla, ma'am. Yeah, please, ma'am, please. No
Yeah.
problem.
I think this is one of the best annual meets of the Nutrition Society of India. I can confidently say that because I've attended almost all the conferences except the one in Bangalore because of my husband became very sick and was admitted to the hospital. That's the only one which I have missed, but all the other things I have attended. And this is the best, and everybody presented their findings very well, and they were all excellent speakers, I should say, from top to bottom. Whoever has presented, including the junior scientists, everybody did extremely well. And of course, it is NIN itself is a temple of learning, and NSI with its let's say the executive committee, a very active executive committee, made it more interesting and more knowledge intensive. That's where I wish to congratulate the entire executive committee. They were very friendly also. Subbarao used one word, I forgot that word. You said something.
Ownership. Everyone takes ownership in a NIN.
Everybody takes ownership. That's the word I liked very much. It's really that which was reflected in everybody. Not one, two, everybody. And I feel and I feel very happy that Lakshmaya headed the whole thing, did it beautifully under your guidance and his stewardship. I think I have never seen a nutrition. Maybe I'm not able to remember everything, but as far as I can remember, this is one of the best meetings which I've attended, including the decoration of the hall and that. Audio-visual things were also very good. Speakers were excellent. And the credit goes to the entire team and especially to Dr. Lakshmi.
Thank you very much, madam. Yes, under the leadership of Dr. Sashikaran and under your leadership also, we did have wonderful NSI conferences, but now it's at a much larger scale. The reason being, yes, because of the COVID gap, people are more enthusiastic, more excited to come to NIN. But nevertheless, thank you very much for your blessings and kind words. And that quality I want to re-emphasize in NIN, that is very, very, I mean, something which is very rare in other institutions, that ownership. Everyone will feel they are working for the institute, they are working for the people, not working for Hemalata, not working for Lakshmaya. That is why the best comes out of each one of them. So here, if you take example of, I mean, it is not one or few individuals' work. Everybody has to come to the forefront to fulfill all the requirements. Like for example, maintenance. Why do you see the campus so clean? The landscape and about food. Somebody is managing there. Some 10 people are managing as if it is their own marriage festival in their house. Similarly, the maintenance, the security and the electrical department, AC department, night and day they work and plan meticulously how best they can deliver to the delegates that they come. So that way, I mean, all senior leaders sitting here, all of us are very blessed to have the best team in NI. Thank you very much. And so is the case with our NSI members also. All of you are very sweet, very friendly, very nice. Thank you. Now we'll go to the very exciting session.
Okay, we'll announce
announcement of awards.
Awards and prizes. And yeah, the call has been very tough. As Dr. Lakshmi has already said, 500 odd abstracts came, ma'am, and 360 odd posters. So the judges were doing it in batches. So the committee has decided under Dr. Lakshmaya to give and encourage as many awards as possible. In oral presentations in all categories, they've given 2 awards each this time instead of 1, because there were so many. In community nutrition and all, there were many, many presentations. And first we'll announce Young Scientist Awards. Young Scientist Awards. Yeah. Yeah, may I request President Dr. Hemlata and the other office bearers to be on the forefront of the dais so that, yeah, I'll call upon the names. The Young Scientist Award in junior category, community nutrition, goes to, any guesses? Miss Prabjot Kaur, for the paper Evaluation of Prebiotic Potential of Selected Fruit Peels. Big round of applause, please. The Young Scientist Awards went through a screening by a committee separately, and after the papers are evaluated, the presentations are evaluated, and both are given weightage. Yeah, 5,000 rupees is the cash award, which has been enhanced from this year. Big round of applause. And hearty congratulations to Ms. Prabjot Kaur. And In junior award experimental nutrition, the prize goes to Miss Soundarya. Artificial intelligence, I think it should be the other way. Prabjot Kaur presented in experimental nutrition and Soundarya presented in community nutrition. Artificial intelligence integrated website on ADHD was a topic. I hope all of you remember it was presented this morning. No, but actually this was presented in community. We'll just change it. Wait, yeah. Big round of applause, please. And senior award in experimental nutrition goes to Miss Anisha for proximate composition of buckwheat. Big round of applause, please. And I'll call upon the next winner also so that no time is lapsed. Senior award in community nutrition goes to Miss Juhi Nema for association of maternal vitamin D status and risk of preeclampsia. Big round of applause, please. Now, the free communication sessions. Ms. Juhi Nema, please take your award. Applause. In free communications or oral presentations, Ramanathan Prize is given to the best paper in community nutrition every year. And Ramanathan Prize for best paper in community nutrition goes to Miss Jennifer Solom from Kagawa University, Japan, for temporal trends in cardiovascular disease mortality attributable to metabolic risk factors in South Asia. Congratulations. Big round of applause, Ramanathan Prize. The committee also has decided to give another award in community nutrition that is called the NSI Best Prize for Oral Presentation in Community Nutrition. And NSI Best Oral Presentation in Community Nutrition goes to the paper titled A Study on Depression and Nutritional Status of Elderly Population by Dr. Priyanka Parekh from MGMIHS, Navi Mumbai. Hearty congratulations. And next, NSI Best Oral Presentation. Congratulations. NSI Best Prize, NSI Prize for Best Oral Presentation in Nutrition Education and Communication section goes to Dr. B. Santosh Kumar, National Institute of Nutrition. This is oral presentation in nutrition, education and communication. Thanks, medical doctors are coming to our area. Congratulations. There is yet another prize. Best presentation in nutrition, education and communication. That goes to Dr. Raghavendra Pandurangi, again from National Institute of Nutrition. Thank you, 2 medical doctors into nutrition, education and communication. Now the next category for best paper in free communications in experimental nutrition category. That goes to Miss for the paper titled Evidence of Cardiac Atrophy ... in a rat model. Big round of applause for Ms. Akira. Now, I'll announce the next prize for Best Paper in Oral Presentation section in Food Sciences and Nutrition. That goes to Ms. Manisha Patil of Punjab Agriculture University, Ludhiana, for the paper Effect of Post-Harvest Treatments of Nutrition Composition ... microgreens. Manisha Patil. Manisha Patil from Punjab Agriculture University. And yet another prize in Food Science and Nutrition category, Best Paper in Free Communication, goes to Shashirekha Nelapudi from Avinash Lingam Institute of Home Sciences, Coimbatore, for enhancement of bioactive components in millet extruded snacks. Shashirekha Nelapudi. Shashirekha Nelapudi. Now we'll go to Best Oral Presentation in Nutrition and Health Policy Research. This goes to Mr. Rishikesh Panda of ICMR-National Institute of Nutrition. Then there is yet another prize in Nutrition Education and Health Policy Research. Best paper goes to Ms. Pooja Arora. Rishikesh Panda and Ms. Pooja Arora from Indian Institute of Population Studies, Mumbai. Rishikesh's paper title is Context-Specific Recommendations to Modify the Institutional Diets of Adolescents in Tribal Welfare Residential Hostel ... And then Ms. Pooja Arora from IIPS presented on Does India need to study overlapping of child undernutrition outcomes. Next is Best Oral Presentation in Sports Nutrition category. This prize goes to Ms. Kavanashri from ICMR-NIN. Assessment of hydration status and fluid intake of national level Indian athletes. And also there is another prize in sports nutrition that goes to Neelam Mahesh Rathod from MS University, Vadodara. Validity and reliability of diet quality index for Indian athletes. Ms. Neelam Rathod. And now the Best Oral Presentation in Clinical Nutrition category goes to Ms. Konkana De from MS University, Vadodara. I believe she presented virtually. Somebody can collect it on her behalf. Ms. Konkana was our MSc student earlier, if I remember well, yeah? That's really nice. Okay. NSI Best Prize for Oral Presentation in Clinical Nutrition goes to Ms. Bhanvi Grover Sebior. I hope I am pronouncing the name right. Institute of Home Economics, Delhi. Bhanvi, if somebody from Institute of Home Economics is here, please come and take. Somebody can pass it on to her. Somebody from Delhi can take it, if you can pass it on to them. Dr. Pulkit is coming forward to receive it. And that's it for now. We'll wait for a while for the poster presentation results. The scientific committee under Dr. Ahmed Ibrahim is toiling to actually tabulate everything and get the prizes list. There are more than 360 posters and evaluations. So congratulations to all the winners. But meanwhile, if anybody wants to say anything, you can just say a few words. I request the dignitaries to please be seated till the list of the winners of poster sessions comes to us. Anyone wants wants to say anything? The winners? Yes, please. Can anybody pass on the mic there? Yeah, only till we get the awards.
Good evening, everybody present here. Myself, Sasreka from Avinash Lingam Institute, Coimbatore. And also, I worked earlier in NIN. And this is my third conference of NSI. And this is the best conference, I would say. Besides learning a lot and taking a lot of messages to home, we had also had good food, enjoyed a lot. And also the stays you provided is also safe for all the women. And you took care of all the students. I think this time it's a huge population we saw. Like never before, I was been to Tirunanthapuram, I was been in Hyderabad also. I had never seen this crowd. So how is the Josh in NIN? So I thank all the organizers for giving us an opportunity. We would like to look forward to all more webinars and more associations with NIN. Thank you.
I request the dignitaries to please come forward again to distribute the prizes. They are hot from the oven, just came out. So the first prize, the prize for experimental nutrition, the poster session. There are two in this category also. The Sitaram Bhatt Memorial Prize goes to Mr. Saikant Verma of NIN, ICMR-National. In utero exposure of endocrine activating compound effects. Come on. I don't know. Experimental nutrition poster category, NSI Best Poster Award. The next one goes to Dr. Nisha Ganpat Kemse, Interactive Research School for Affairs, Pune. Irsha from Pune. Dr. Nisha Ganpat. I'll call the next prize winner, Haveli Ram Pasricha Prize for Best Poster in Community Nutrition goes to Miss Asma Sajid from Fernandez Hospital, Hyderabad. Next one is Asma Sajid. Asma Sajid, yeah, please come. Now I'll announce the prize for Best Poster in Clinical Nutrition category. This goes to Miss Shweta Dhyaneshwar Mariwale, Mother and Child Health Interactive Research School, Pune. Miss Shweta Dhyaneshwar. The next Best Poster in Clinical Nutrition goes to Mr. Zami Ahmad Dar from ICMR-National. Mr. Zami Ahmad Dar from ICMR-National. And the Best Poster awardee in Food Science and Nutrition category is Rachel Alfonso from Avinash Lingam Institute, Coimbatore. Then there is one more in Food Science and Nutrition. There are several in Food Science and Nutrition because there were more than 120 posters there. So the next prize goes to Ms. K. Srilekha, University of Agriculture Sciences, Harvard. Then one more in Food Sciences and Nutrition, Nishit Kumar Jogi from NUCSER, Mangalore. Anybody collecting on behalf of Sri Lekha, University of Agriculture Sciences, Dharwad? Anybody from Dharwad?
Dharwad chapter convener is here. Okay. Yeah, Nishit Kumar Jogi from NUCSER Mangalore. Big round of applause, please. One more in food science and nutrition category goes to Miss Sulochanamma from CSIR CFTRI, Hyderabad. Miss Sulochanamma. Anybody from CSIR CFTRI, Hyderabad? Please come and collect. Come running. I'll announce the next prize. NSI Best Poster again for Food Science and Nutrition, Miss Asma Tabassum from PG Department of Biotechnology, Tumkur University, Tumkuru. Asma Tabassum, anybody from Tumkuru? Okay, the next one in Best Poster category goes to Miss Guda Sridurga Gautami from ICMR-NIN. And I'll announce, by the time Gautami comes here, I'll announce the next prize. Miss Monica Rani, CFTRI Mysore. And I'll also call upon Miss Ruchika Maurya, National Agri-Food Biotechnology Institute, Mohali. Miss Ruchika Maurya. And then Miss Manasa R from Yuvraj's College, Mysuru. Miss Manasa, come running. There are few more best posters in community nutrition because there were so many batches of juries. Best poster in community nutrition goes to Dr. E.R. Nandeep, ICMR-NIN. Big round of applause. Dr. E.R. Nandeep from NIN. There is one more best poster prize in community nutrition and it goes to Vinaya Vaishampayan from BMN College, Home Science, Mumbai. There is yet another prize in community nutrition and that goes to Mr. Guru Prasad, St. John's Institute, Bengaluru. Anybody from St. John's? Rebecca's left now. Yeah, you can collect. Please pass it on to Mr. Guru Prasad. Now in sports nutrition, the best poster prize has been given to Professor G. Lata, Ratnavel Subramanian College of Arts and Commerce, Coimbatore. Big round of applause, please. Then NSI Best Poster in Nutrition, Education and Communication category goes to Miss Seema Mukund, a registered dietitian from Hyderabad. Miss Seema Mukund. Miss Seema Mukund is here? Okay. Then NSI Best Prize, Best Poster Prize in Nutrition and Health Policy Research. This goes to Sangaraju Rajendra, ICMR-NIN. And that's the last award. Big round of applause for all the winners.
All awards have been presented today. It was a very long list because we are meeting. Yeah. The secretary is complaining that the scientific committee has actually given so many prizes that the burden on NSI has increased this year, but we are very happy. It didn't happen in the last 2 years. He's very happy about it. Big round of applause for including so many prizes. Thank you all. Thank you very much for being very beautiful participants and audience. Now I request my colleague, Dr. J. Padmaja, to come and propose vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee.
Good afternoon, everyone, once again. And I already said that these different committees we formed, and each committee. So my colleague, one of the colleague worked as a conveners, because we are all conveners. We want to appreciate and present a little memento for their contribution. So first, I will call maintenance committee, Dr. J.J. Babu. So the maintenance committee, they have done excellent work within very short time, and because of this neatness and all arrangements, the efforts goes to maintenance committee. And on behalf of maintenance committee, Dr. J.J. Babu is receiving the memento, so that everybody's contribution is there. Thank you. Maintenance committee, all the team members, please come. Whoever is available. Whoever is available, please come. Okay. Next group, electrical and AC, Dr. Uday Kumar. Somebody can come and collect. Uday Kumar and group. Whoever is present, please come and collect. Electrical. Anybody is there? Okay. Finance committee, Dr. Arlappa. Finance committee. Exhibition committee, Dr. Maheshwar and group. Whoever is available, please come group. Exhibition committee group. Please come exhibition group. So they have done excellent work designing and all, whatever the posters are there or standees are there. So their inputs. Surya Gaud. Where is Surya Gaud? Please. Scientific committee, Scientific committee, Dr. Ahmad Ibrahim, his group. So they have done excellent work because more than 1 month they are reviewing all the abstract papers, posters, and still now also they are even they are calculating the marks and struggling. Yeah, judges also. Yeah. Little appreciation. So another most challenging job, registration. So the convener is J. Srinivas and group. They have done excellent work. Yesterday, lot of crowd is there, but they managed well. And from the selection of the bag, selection of the pen, selection of the paper, everything they have taken the responsibility. But most of the people liked the bag, especially students. Next important convener is catering. Dr. Qadri and group. I think he may be still working there for next cup of tea. After this, we have a tea break after this. Okay. Anybody is there from Quadri? Lakshman is there. Please come.
Somebody is sitting here, you are not working. I'm sorry. He was one of the most enthusiastic, very enthusiastic, hard-working guys.
Poster committee. Another important committee, poster committee. Dr. Sinha, poster committee. And your group, please come with group. So they have done excellent work. Lot of posters, 360 posters are there. So many posters. And they have arranged it in order is also very difficult thing. Yeah. Yeah, please come all members. All members please come. So lot of contribution is there. Next one is IT committee. So without IT committee, we should not, we cannot hear this podium and everything. They have excellently maintained and excellently managed. Dr. Santosh and group. Dr. Santosh and group, please. Excellent arrangements. Committee is the medical committee, Dr. Raghavendra Rao, without any work.
It was more.
We are fortunate that this committee didn't have any work. Nursing staff.
Administration. Next one is administration. The convener is Dr. Parashakti, SAO. Dr. Parashakti. Mrs. Parashakti. And your group. Anybody there, your group? Oral presentation. The convener for oral presentation, Dr. C. Suresh. They have done lot of exercise. Suresh and group. Dr. Suresh. Anyone also please come in that group. Please come. important convener is always available here, Dr. Padmaja Rambabu.
Very beautiful and vibrating with feminine touch. That's because of Dr. Padmaja. She always has very good taste for everything.
Next, another important convener is for audio visual, Dr. Subbarao, GM Subbarao. Thank you very much. And your group, Subbarao Audio Visual Group. Thank you very much.
Dancing. Most of you all must have watched. There was no one to motivate, only he was there.
Good evening all. Actually, this is the job of my colleague Dr. Mahesh, whose throat is very bad, hence the reason why he requested me to do this. I thank you, Mahesh. It is my privilege to propose vote of thanks on behalf of NSI Organizing Committee and ICMR-National. I express my gratitude to Dr. Rajiv Bahal, Secretary DHR and DG ICMR, the President NSI and the Director ICMR-National, Dr. R. Hemalata, Dr. Rahul Lakshmaya, Organizing Secretary NSI. This time the conference is fortunate to have presence of two Padma Shri awardees at a time. Our sincere thanks goes to Padma Shri Dr. V. Mohan, Chairman, Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Specialties for delivering keynote address, and Padma Shri Dr. V. Prakash, Vice President IUNS, for gracing the yesterday's inaugural session. Yeah, we have another 2 Padma Shris on the speakers list, so you all have heard. And I thank NIN Pharma Directors, Dr. Mohan Ram, the past presidents, Dr. Kamalakrishna Swamy, and Dr. B. Shashikaran, and Director Grade Scientist, Dr. Bamji, for their, and other senior scientists like Dr. Brahmam, for their constant and continuous support to NSI and all the scientists of NSI in each and every respect. NSI is grateful to Professor Caroline Fall, Emeritus Professor of International Pediatric Epidemiology, University of Southampton, who had come all the way from We congratulate and thank you, Madam, for your participation, which has enriched this 2 days conference. On behalf of the NSI, our sincere gratitude to all the conveners of the committees, respective committees and their teams, especially Dr. B.V. Uday Kumar, Dr. J.J. Babu and his team, Dr. Kadri and his team, Dr. Ahmad Ibrahim and his team, Dr. J. Srinivas Rao, Dr. S.N. Sinha, their respective teams, I said anyway, Dr. M. Maheshwar, Dr. C. Suresh, Dr. Naveen Kumar, Dr. K. Rajendra Rao, and myself, Dr. J. Padmaja, Dr. G. M. Subbarao, Dr. B. Santosh Kumar, and Raghavendra and Ms. Parashakti, Dr. N. Arlappa, Dr. Virendra Pan Patil, and each and every member of their respective committees and the members for making this mega event a grand success. My thanks, and when I say that my thanks, it is on behalf of the NSA and NIN too, to all the chairs and co-chairs of various scientific sessions, debates, oral presentations, and all coordinators of the respective sessions for enabling vibrant scientific deliberations successfully. On the other hand, exhibition section of the conference, which has witnessed bustling with delegates all the time, is a major attraction of the conference. My gratitude to all the stall owners for their sponsorships and display of their materials or products. Finally, we thank all the delegates who have come all the way from various places across the country, particularly the students and scholars, for their academic and enthusiastic participation and making the event look young and colorful. Last but not the least, we thank all the members associated with the cultural activities and making the end of the first day of the conference jubilant and joyful. Please note, in case nobody's name is mentioned, it is not definitely intentional, and the list will be unending and we'll all get bored. So though the names are not announced, don't think otherwise, don't mistake me. Okay, then we express, lastly, the NSI team expresses its sincere gratitude to each one for their contribution and services to make this 54th National NSI Conference a big success. And a big round of applause to everybody once again, please. And national anthem follows.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय जय जय
Madam, 3 cheers to NSI. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. Thank you. Let us meet next year.
One important announcement. President's sign is missing on some of the prize winner certificates. Please meet me or Dr. Giri Babu or Dr. Srishwan. Wherever you are, Dr. Srishwan, raise your hand. Yeah, he is here. Giri Babu. Okay, then there is Rishikesh Panda. You can just meet us. We'll get it signed by the director. Please, put your hands up. Srishwan, yeah. Please get your certificates to us. We'll get them signed.